Come on.
We're coming.
It's gonna be dark soon.
I know.
Trapped in from the nightmares, room haunted by dark visions. Jade sees echoes from past wicked days. Telephone rings, ghostly whispers, dungeons so shattered and fractured. Madness creeps in shadows, turning memories to nightmares in the daylight. A secret hidden, wound carries mystery. Miracle, cursed tale, deep shrouded in history. Victor's mind slips past the fate's grasp, shadows dark. Gotta unearth lost parts before engulfed by darkness.
But what if someone finds her someday and they don't know who she is because all they find is bones?
Stop! God damn it! Stop!
Winter's grip tight in his goblets, doom and gloom. Decay's chirps echoing, Randall's mind they consume. No place to hide in this town, trapped in the cursed fairy tale. Fight or fall through the night, darkness writing the doom. Jade's eyes wide, fears drip, poison brew of the past. In haunted for real, sanity never lasts. Telephones, demon chant, Jame's spine shivers clash. Phantoms haunting steps, memories smash. Fatina's belly swell, enigma or dark twist. Future dim, shadow fall, fate tightens mist. Victor searches mind's maze, battle memories missed. Before blackness drowns, loser persist. Winter's grip tight in his goblets, doom and gloom. Decay's chirps echoing, Randall's mind they consume. No place to hide in this town, trapped in the cursed fairy tale. Fight or fall through the night, darkness writing the doom. Jade's eyes wide, fears drip. Poison brew of the past, and haunted from sanity never lasts. Telephones, demon chant, Jim's spine shivers clash. Phantoms haunting steps, memories smash.
Christy! Hey! Come on, get off!
Jade's eyes wide, fears drip. Poison brew of the past, in haunted from Bill, sanity never lasts. Telephones, demon chant, Jim's spine shivers clash. Phantoms haunting steps, memories smash.
Great. Let's just walk right past the scary voodoo tower and go sort some veggies.
I love that line. And welcome, everyone. Happy Friday to you all. That's right. It is Friday Night Fever. And we get to dive into some From Theories now that season 4 filming has wrapped up. There's a few little tidbits out there already, and I'm sure there will soon be more. So we're going to kind of scratch the surface of theories now that we have kind of wrapped up ourselves, so to speak. Sort of a look back at the road, where we've been, where we've kind of come from, and now it's time to look ahead to where we're going to be, right? Season 4 is pretty much right around the corner, hopefully, fingers crossed, sooner rather than later. But we're going to dive into it. And joining me tonight, as always, she is my bestie, my ride or die. You guys know her, you love her. She's the biggest giver ever, Miss Dana Marie from The Witch's Brew. How we doing?
I'm doing good. Good. Ready to talk some From.
Right. And you got a special guest with you
Yes.
that you brought with you tonight. It's been a minute, guys. I know, but we'd love to have her anytime.
She's here.
Welcome, Mama Suzy.
Good evening. I am here.
Ready to talk some From, dive back into all of the mystery and craziness and see where we're going to go. I know it's been a minute, but you seem to have some good theories, so I can't wait to see what you think now that the dust has settled a bit and we dive back into it where you sit with some of the things that we left off with.
And you've just been watching. You've been rewatching it too recently.
Yes.
Like,
I had to. I had to.
Nice. Nice. And Mama Susie's all caught up and ready to talk. I can't wait. But also joining us, our other ride or die at this point. He's stuck it out this long. He's probably not leaving. Mr. James from Walking Dead Explained. How you doing tonight, hun?
Doing well, doing well.
Nice. Ready to strap on your tinfoil hat and dive down the rabbit hole into some From theories?
I don't think you've ever been on a stream with James yet, Mom.
No. Hello,
No.
James.
Hello, hello. Great to meet you.
Great
Oh,
to meet
that's
you.
right.
You have a very sexy voice, James. I tell you. Keep talking.
Jesus, Mom.
Uh-oh. oh no. Well,
Huh.
everybody gets the fever at some point.
Save that for Fever After Dark, Mom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? Technically, this is a special occasion. We don't always get Mama Susie. And so we're not probably going to do, Fever After Dark. We're doing an extended Friday Night Fevers. So it's fine. If Mama allows it, I'll allow it. Look, Mama's already going to have to say a prayer for us tonight with the clips that I have. Because, look, there's only so much I can do. That 7-second rule, we're going to have to highly enforce the stop and pause with it. The conversations were needed to express what I need to express tonight with From. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Hopefully, they will not strike us down at this.
Yeah, so do your novena and stuff.
Okay.
Right? Because, we're not trying to do it to take anything. We're trying to go through the deep dive of From and figure out the mystery, and that requires sometimes little clippage. Just a little tiny clip here and there. Not quite like Marielle did. Her clipping was not fun at all and hurtful. Our clipping is fun, Dana.
Right?
Right? So, let's see, I'm trying to think of where to begin. We got Miss Jen, the teacher, hanging out in the chat with us tonight. We got the teacher in the house. So, we're covered tonight.
Pretty much.
I'm saying hey to Mama Susie and everyone. So, yeah. So, Mama Susie, because I've got a lot to get through, but I definitely know that you may not be with us throughout the whole night. So I want to see, would you like to start when it comes to the mysteries of From? Do you want to start with the children?
I want to start at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Fatima give birth to that thing?
All right, we'll bring that up.
I have my feeling, but
So what's your feeling?
my feeling is that the reason why they gave it to Fatima is because Boyd killed the original Smiley.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very upset. I mean, not that they really showed it, but I just don't know why they made Smiley be like the head monster.
Mm-hmm.
That bothered me. I didn't want to see her have to go through that. But
yeah, it was creepy.
It really gave me. I was not happy when it turned around in that face.
He come popping out of the egg and stuff.
It was hard.
I'll bring that picture. I actually do have the image. I have to be careful too because there's one that shows all of his.
Yes, we get to see Smiley's behind.
Right.
But we can't show that on YouTube, Ma.
I know. Well, I saw it the other day.
What's
YouTube does not allow that.
And Bitey, welcome. Bitey saying hello from Mom.
Hello.
Go back to the right images. I've already several tabs open, so we're gonna hope I can get through it. But yes, Smiley, where is he? I think this one's okay. There he is.
Oh. That is That's horrible.
It's so creepy too. Even the little, I mean, this was part of like his the egg sac or whatever, but it seemed as if it was almost like he was stitched back together as well. It was very strange.
And the look on Boyd's face, it was like, oh my God. I don't know why they had to do this.
Well, I think it goes back more so to the hope, right? That seems to be a reoccurring thing within
Mhm.
From is hope. And seeing Smiley reborn, that was another fracture in Boyd. Because he had that hope that they still killed a monster.
Yeah.
And that ruined that. So like his wife kind of told him, like they feed off the hope, and you hope that you killed that monster, and you didn't. You hoped when you went into the forest.
It's a good point. I didn't take it that far.
So
I didn't take it that far.
But it also has to do with whatever pact they made when they killed their kids. They had that pact that they will live forever.
That's another thing.
And how many monsters do we have? Do we know? Did we have like a full count on exactly how many monsters there are?
Like 7 or 8. They were in that circle.
Was there 7? Because I have a theory.
I don't know if there was. I think there was more. I think there's more than that.
Is there more than that?
Because we didn't see the bride wasn't standing there.
The old lady?
Yeah, there was ones that weren't standing in the initial picture.
Because I'm curious, because there's at one point, and I believe season 2 or season 1, where we see the children caged up and they almost look like the monsters themselves. And I was curious to see, because we're wondering how like the monsters that we see now are the way they are now. Like, why would they not look like the original parents? And I was curious if the kids, after they were, all right, so the kids poured their hopes into the tree, into the roots that made the symbol that made the tree, right? That's their essence, their goodness, right? What was left of them on them slabs? Did they not turn into the monsters that we see now? That's why there's the dual nature of day and night. Just throwing it out there. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm curious.
Have you seen any of season 4? Anything? I haven't seen anything.
They've put out a few little pictures of them on set, and there is something they put out today on Twitter just saying, yes, they wrapped it up, and it has a few of them just kind of saying it's a wrap. We can check that out in a minute if you guys want to, because I do have the images that Fletcher put in the Discord, and then like I said, Boyd on his Twitter, he's got it's also on Instagram and stuff like that as well, but he's got a few photos, again, just like them just on the set. I don't know if it's necessarily, it doesn't show too much of anything that we hadn't already seen, other than, kind of verifying certain characters that may be with us next season, like Elgin. He may still be good to go for a little bit. And then, so yeah, you guys just tell me where you want to go. Keep diving into sort of the conversation we were on, or I can bring up.
I have a question.
Some of his brain.
Go ahead, James.
Okay, this is still about the Fatima stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The moment Boyd killed Smiley was pretty much the same moment she asked for a pregnancy test, kind of thing.
Yes.
So, do you guys think she either missed her period or whatever it was that, felt bad or throwing up, whatever it was that maybe gave her the reason to ask for that, must have happened before Smiley died, even though pretty much right as Smiley died, she was asking about a pregnancy test. So it seems like she would have, there's something that would have led up to that. Okay. Yes. So continue. Another part of the question is, if so, if she was, no, she wasn't supposed to be able to get pregnant, but if she was with Ellis's child, do you think that's was the case and the monster took over the fetus per se, or there was never a child at all and it was all a manifestation of the power or whatever it is that that's doing it.
They went similar to the same rules as far as how the pregnancy was sped up and what she had to feed on as they did in Twilight with the vampire / human baby. And when she found out she was pregnant, it was like instantaneously. That not that she was just pregnant, but she was already like a month or so ahead. Like she was throwing up, and it seemed as if it sped up really quickly. So I don't know. It could have, depending on when they want to pinpoint the baby's conception or supernatural conception. It could have been literally like she was just kind of in her head for whatever reason, but really it was when Smiley died that she truly was supernaturally injected.
Right. So you're saying there was not a fetus prior
I don't think
to
there was
that.
a baby.
Okay.
Because they made it very clear that she could not have children. Like it wasn't just like, well, she's a little infertile, but oh, this time it worked out. They at least from the way I remembered it, and I could be wrong. It was as if it was never a chance that she could have a baby.
I think it could have been one of two things if we're looking at it like that. One is how far and how deep does the magic go within from, and was that whole situation fated and predetermined? And we've seen Julie's from the future, so we know that though this has happened. So if they knew something was like this was going to happen, did they make it to where so they prepared Fatima ahead of time for it? Yeah, she couldn't have babies, but she started perceiving she was pregnant and going through certain symptoms because whatever magic is at play here readied her for it because they knew it was going to happen. Or two, like you said, James, she was pregnant in some way because we do know this place heals and can. So now the extent of why she couldn't have children is yet to be known. But if it was something this place could have healed, she could have really been pregnant with Ellis's baby, and Smiley took over when he died.
All right. So another part of that additional question would be, do you think they picked Fatima because either she got pregnant, however, by Ellis, or more specifically, do you think they picked Fatima because of Boyd? Like to mess with Boyd.
That would make more
Mhm.
so avoid.
Yeah.
So what was Tilly when she killed Tilly? Tilly, right? Tilly, the old
Mhm.
lady. Why did she say to Fatima, "Run! You need to run"?
Well, I'm sure
She
she
knew.
knew it wasn't good.
I think she had more of a power there,
That's
and
a
I think
theory.
that's why Fatima really had to get rid of her. And it wasn't Fatima getting rid of her; it was she was being like possessed.
Could be.
You know, she was the thing that was growing inside of her that did it.
Huh?
I
Yeah.
think it was the midwife.
Tilly knew more than she, you know.
I don't
That's
even think
definitely
it was the
possible.
baby. I think it was this midwife lady.
Oh,
Oh, kimono
that's
lady?
creepy.
Uh-huh.
Where do you think she fits into this? It's like
I have no fucking idea.
She had more control over Fatima because by the time she's getting ready to give birth, she's full on like holding Fatima back and stuff when Tabitha and them go down there. I think she had a little bit of control over her.
What if she's Eloise?
I don't know. She could be. I mean, we don't know too much about that.
I mean, it's like Eloise. Okay, you know, we know she's what they say she's dead. The mother's dead, but
Well, you never know with this fucking place.
yeah,
So.
really.
We all could be right. We all could be wrong. We all could be a little bit of both.
I don't know. Just so many. I just can't wait for season 4. That's all I have to say. I can't wait.
I know. And now that they've wrapped it up, hopefully they will be very close to finishing it off for next year sometime.
Hopefully that means we'll be getting a trailer or teaser or something.
Maybe.
I mean, that sheriff girl needs to be. done in.
You don't like
You're
her?
not a fan
No, I'm not a fan of her at all.
of her.
Acosta,
Yeah.
whatever her name
Here
is.
she is.
Yeah.
You don't like her? Well, she's definitely gonna be back. They showed her. Matter of fact, here, let me on my Twitter and bring that up so Mama can see.
Somebody
this.
that has changed her clothes since she got there. I mean, come on.
We could say that about a lot of people in this show.
A lot of people have changed their clothes. Boyd changes his shirt all the time.
Clara doesn't. The fat lady in the blue shirt.
Just remember, there's something going on with her
Oh,
too.
you have no idea, Ma?
Oh, there's something going on with her too.
Mhm.
Yep. And is Jim really dead?
Yeah.
I think so, but I mean, again, I wouldn't put anything past them.
But in this place, we could see him again. Very simply. He could
Like Father Ketri.
Yeah, he could go to Tabitha. He could go to Julie as a ghost. Julie's now story walking. We have to see our Julie go back to that point. And, so I don't think it's going to be the last time we see him.
All right, let's see. I don't think anything. This show. I get on the right tab. All the tabs. All right, let's see. And this is what was posted on Twitter and Instagram and stuff today.
Doesn't the man in yellow look a little bit like Henry?
People think so.
It's not that long. All right, this is them basically just saying that it's a wrap, but you can see they're on set. And yeah, let's see who this is.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, let's see all the peoples.
Emily,
That's a wrap.
Oh. Wait, he had
machetes?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
At least they're leveling up.
Can he become a man this season?
Is he Mortal Kombating somebody?
I don't know. He did something.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap, folks.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap
on season 4.
Season 4 from
Season 4. Congratulations.
That is a wrap.
We're coming.
We came, we saw, we wrapped.
Oh, she
That's
changed
a wrap.
Hong Kong.
Season 4.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, there you go, folks. That's a wrap. We'll be coming to you real soon. Let's see. So yes, we
So
do.
Elgin was in there.
Yeah.
So he maybe survives.
Right. And he's in some of the pictures that they've put out there. So we don't know if he'll make it through the whole season, but they definitely have him at least enough to where they have promoted him in some things. So
how do you come back from getting your brain scooped in?
Well, like I said, how long he may survive, Dana, I don't know. Maybe, he's in Colony House. Remember, everyone heals there faster.
What about Randall?
He's a wild card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with poor Randall. Did they show Randall in this too? I can't remember. They went through a lot of folks real quick. What does she wear? Is she supposed to be wearing this now? Is she going to be like
her hair? Why is her haircut still all fucked up? Oh my god.
Trying to look see if they had anything in the background that was different. I think all of the images are pretty much the same ones they've always had up as far as the drawings. Get that one back here there behind Victor. I'm just trying to see if there was anything else. That they look, maybe there's something in the background. You never know, right? I mean, there could be something. Look, they do show off the TV back here. Oh, look at Ethan. Look at Ethan. He's getting so big now. He's growing up.
Like, they're gonna have to say something. Sorry, my TV just like nowhere.
What happened?
James, we need debunking.
Our TV just all mysteriously decided to volume up.
Oh, it's just a glitch. Just a glitch.
Just
Glitch
a
in the
glitch.
Matrix.
A glitch in the matrix.
What about Kenny? What do you think about his machetes he's got rolling around?
Scary.
Is he trying to chop some monsters' heads off?
Maybe they feel it. Well, when Boyd cut Smiley's throat. I mean, he didn't do anything.
He didn't, but you could still cut a motherfucker's head off.
Exactly.
Like, okay, maybe they're gonna come back, but hey,
Yeah.
Look, the TV's still there.
for a few minutes they're dead.
And look, they put the bird cage behind her and shit. It's the TV with the little dude they drew on there, the little stock market looking dude.
Oh, are we gonna get a flashback where that stuff's actually in a house somewhere?
I know, right? Because it looks like
'Cause it's not the caves.
No, but this TV was in Colony House.
Oh, was it? Because I remember there was a TV like that also in the.
Well, the one with
in
the
the
drawings in
tunnels.
Colony House. Now, the bird cage made me question it as well.
That was down in the tunnels.
But the TV now, I want to say the TV looks nicer, which is what I would question. Like the furniture, but then again, these are, it's not put up for us to see it in a darker tone. You can see it's lit up more anyways. So I don't know. More questions. But yeah, but look, Mama, your favorite character's coming back.
Yeah, look, she's got new clothes on.
So we'll just have to see. I don't know. But that is what they had. And I've got the images as well to bring up in a minute. Let me just close that. And let's see. What am I going to share real quick? So we got all kinds of things if my stuff will work right. Oh, God. Let's see which one I want this one. All right, so that is one. These are some that Fletcher put up in the Discord. Of course, we see Elgin with Sarah. Oh, see, they're friends again. No worries. But they have his hand still damaged, So the hand was still damaged, but, they don't have the makeup on for the eye right now. We got this chick, which is kind of blurry. I don't know who she's supposed to be, but we got the chickens and the animals.
Is that her girlfriend with the long blonde hair, Mary Ellen?
No, this looks like a younger. I'll have to see if I can't find it. For whatever reason, it blurred because it's like a smaller image, I guess, from Discord.
And they could bring in new people at any time. All you have to do is have a vehicle come into town.
Yeah.
And then we got this one, which I can't tell. I'm assuming that is like one of the harness suits or whatever, maybe, or something different. I'm not sure. Maybe for someone might be flying around or something. I don't know. Curious, and we got a bloody hand.
Who's got blood on their hands?
Right, Sarah.
That looked like a man hand, though.
I know it did, but I was just saying. You asked who had blood on their hands. I mean, I know Sarah does.
Yeah, they all kind of do.
So yeah, there's some of those images. And of course, I've got these are just other random ones we have. Of course, we got our map, which kind of charted out things of the world, so to speak. I don't know if looking back at it does anything more now, but it definitely charted out pretty much everything. Trying to think, because that is the water, which I'm assuming is where the village might be located off in this direction somewhere. But that could be the Brundles even. So if that's the Brundles, then there's another water location out here somewhere which might be this one right here. I don't know. Okay, we just don't know.
What about the hut with those voodoo peoples? Where do you think that?
Yeah, the settlement. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if one, because it had a body of water with it. So I don't know if, like, this one could be the Brundles because it's not too far from Colony House. But then I don't know because the lighthouse is up here. So I'm just curious of where they would put that settlement. I'm not sure. Let's see. Well, same, trying to go back and forth. Let's see what some other images we can go over. What are some of your other thoughts on? Let's see. Well, what do you think are the children, and Tabitha and Jade and all that kind of stuff?
That's. I think the kids are going to be back to normal.
No.
No, so they're gone. So.
Oh, welcome, Robert. And he says the girl. Let me bring it back up. Sophia, a new cast member. There. Who is a daughter of a pastor. She's a new arrival. Okay, so it's new arrivals to help take care of things.
Well, then that goes to show you that if this place recycles itself, you need a new Father Cautry.
Which lets you think that there was probably some, and which makes sense because when we see the images from Miranda down in like her images in the basement, they have the one of the church and stuff like that. And it looks like an older version of the church, like worshiping and stuff. And it is an older looking building that kind of goes with some of the older structures. So it is possible that that is one of the elements to the original sort of happenings. Let's see what else. There's so many different things. We would have some of these images again from last season. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That one's creepy. I'm assuming the two, one does look like a man, one does look like a woman. I'm assuming that again is kind of referencing to Jade and Tabitha. And it is possible because Jade sees like in my intro where he's seeing the guy at the settlement and he's got the nail in his eye. That could end up being the original Jade or something, and that's kind of his fate. He was trying to stop the townsfolk from doing what they did, and in the process, him and Tabitha never made it out truly. Possibly they were deleted trying to save the children, and that's why every time they end up, the same fate sort of repeats itself to a degree, maybe. I don't know. All right, let's see. I'm going to bring these down. Let's see what else. Well, actually, let me see what else do I have in here before I do that.
While you do that, who's your favorite character, Mom? Victor?
You know, I get all nervous when I say his name.
Do you think anybody's going to die this season?
It better not be him, because I won't watch the show again.
Oh, no.
No. Victor's come, he's really been too, I think I don't know, there's something, for him to last that long there, I don't know, there's something, because one of the monsters said, Victor, if you keep coming down here, okay?
Yeah, we'll have to keep you down here.
Right. So, why didn't they kill Randall? They just like they cut him.
That was more so geared towards Boyd.
Okay. All right. So Victor, I think Victor has a little bit more. I think the story is really basically around him. Something's going to come out about Victor.
Okay.
Victor's going to be able. I think Victor's going to save people. He's going to save them. That's my feeling. Because Jade is supposed to be reincarnated of Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
And what does Jasper have to do with all this?
I think that was just something that had to do with Christopher.
Okay, why did they keep Jasper in the cave? And then there was Miranda's scarf. And Henry was flipping out.
My theory about that is that his sister's still alive down there.
Okay.
And that was all his
and I
sister's
think Eloise was protecting Victor from not. I think she's got something to do with the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Victor was able to stay as long as he was there to become an adult. Now, the boy in white, Victor said to the boy in white, "You've changed." But the boy in white was still a child where Victor turned into an adult. Why didn't the boy in white grow with that? You know what I'm saying?
I think that's because the boy in white is something different, and since something's changing within from it, he's changing with it. So
The
that
trees are changing. It snowed for the first time.
exactly, there's certain things
There's
changing.
things that are changing
So
there.
if the magic is out of whack or whatever supernatural is at play, it could have affected the boy in white negatively. So now he is aging to where before he didn't.
And how did the guy say, man in yellow, say to Jim, I told you, your wife not to dig the hole or something.
Well, he did.
He said it to him, and Jim was like, that was the man in yellow. Where Jim thought it was somebody on the outside going to come and save them. Well, Jim got what he deserved.
And then we also have this too, guys. So like looking back, and thinking about again, if we think about kind of the events to a degree, and now sort of the story's been revealed a little bit more, we can kind of put the pieces to this. I mean, the monsters are the ones that have sort of depicted this. And if this is what happened to them, it's pretty well depicted now, right? Because we have the kids on the stones, and the kids said they poured their hopes into the roots that created the symbol. We have the adults down here. We have the two that tried to escape, Jade and Tabitha. And then we have it, whatever they are. And then it kind of continues from that too, though, because there's, of course, we have the other building. We have them coming in by boat, which we've all kind of pretty much said that regardless of what this place is, it does seem as if the people traveled here and ended up here. Whether it's a real place or a mythological place that they happened into. So some of this that's being depicted is sort of revealing itself. And I'm curious to just see, like, because it's still kind of weird. We get, all right, so the F's and the colors of everything, when they come in, they're white, right? Even the F's are white. Not the river that they're flowing on, but everything around them, right? Like, everything around them is the normal forest, except for the river that they're traveling down. And when they get here, because the slabs are also in the same color as the symbol, which is where the kids are kind of pouring their hope into, I'm just trying to mark out the colors of what they depicted. So as it continues on, we still have the two on the other side of this ritual that takes place when it sort of is, they make the deal with it. So we get to that point, and when you travel over, you'll see the two that were up here. They're still white. Let me see if I can go over to here. It's hard to see, but behind her, let me see if I can find a better image of it. It's hard to see them. I'm going to try to get better. I can never get a good image of this, but when you go over to the next side, the people over here now, the whole bunch of people, they're all red now. Whereas Tabitha and Jade are still white as they're sort of traversing through. So I don't know what's going to fully happen with it, but we have sort of the red figures, which I think are the monsters or the original townspeople, after they went through and did what they did and sort of spilled the blood. And then, of course, we still have the sort of infinity symbol or whatever, the cycle symbol. And I don't know about the 3 triangle things yet either. Those are still slightly a mystery. I'm not sure how they tie in with things. But it just seems like they kind of have revealed a little bit of what this depiction is. At least that's the way I see it. I don't know how you guys...
What were you going to say, Mom?
No, I just wanted to just say one thing that came to my mind. Well, it's still fresh. Do you remember when Tabitha ended up at the church, Camden, Maine? And the priest was really trying to help her. She was ready to walk out of the church when the priest turned around and said to her, "What kind of a snack did Victor pack for you?" Had she not looked in that lunchbox, she would have never seen the address. So that priest, I don't know, I had a gut feeling the priest really knew who she was, and he was leading her to Henry. I mean, that was my feeling, because she was getting ready to walk out of the church. Because she said, I don't know where I'm going to go. And that's when he all of a sudden said, "Well, what kind of a snack did Victor pack for you?" So she had to open up the lunchbox, and that's when she saw the address underneath the snack. I mean,
Right.
after rewatching it again, I kind of like fast forwarded after all the gore and the blood because I really wanted to listen to the story. I really wanted to see why she went out of the tower, the lighthouse, and why did she end up in Why did she end up in Maine?
And I believe it was so that she could see what Miranda had already seen.
Right. And she needed to go to Henry. She needed to go to the basement because that was clearing up her head as to who she really was.
Mm-hmm.
So I
She
was just
needed to remember, like, because at the end they revealed what Nkui was.
yes, the
So a
little
lot
girl.
of this is about them remembering what happened, and I think I don't know how they're going to break it in order to fully save the children, but I get that same vibe from Silent Hill where they even told the lady there, like, you have to get them to remember what they actually did, like what the truth of what this place is, in order for you to kind of break the cycle. And I feel like that's kind of what they're doing here too. They've been slowly but surely revealing the world to them in a sort of nightmarish realm, but to get them to remember. But they can't kind of fully tell them, they have to remember it. And now that Tabitha and Jade remember, I'm curious to see where they're going to go with that information.
Where could they go? What do you think they
Well,
possibly can do?
Well, they're going to have to figure out how this entity has a grip over everything, because they know a little bit about the children. Or they don't know everything. So, like, the pieces right now, again, are still separated. They know that they were the original people there and that they were supposed to save the children. And they know a little bit about what's going on. But they don't fully know, I think, everything about the monsters yet that made the pact and everything. I think that Boyd and all of them are going to have. I'm hoping we get some more conversations with it. But now with the Man in Yellow possibly adding an extra level of mischief to stop them, I don't know if they're going to get sidetracked.
Where was he living? The Man in Yellow.
We don't know where he popped out from. Like,
No?
he is seemingly being able to, and again, a lot of the elements in this world just seem to know things. Even the lady with Fatima, she used the camera to communicate, but she took a picture while Boyd was there with Elgin, and it was of Boyd's house. He said the only thing missing was the boat. And we know when Boyd was in the dungeon, he saw his son with the boat key, like a weird vision or something. Again, the way this place speaks out to you and fucks with your head is it feeds off your hopes, but it's not just your hopes. I think it's feeding off of it's the suffering. Like, it's playing off of your hopes. But there's something particular with the way the children poured their hopes into things, and then the way that they suffered. And they're kind of like two separate elements. And as I do have like this huge long series of clips that string together a lot of this stuff. And there's something there. I don't know what it is, but between the music box, the cicadas that we know cicadas feed off of roots of trees. So if the cicadas are part of the evil, it's trying to feed off of the forest. The forest could be seen as good. If the children created the trees, and we see on the children, hang on, let me bring the kids up real quick. Oh, there's so many things. I'm going to do my best.
On the boat thing, I don't know. For some reason, I've been thinking that it'll end up Boyd finds the boat, and it's something about the boat because of the boats on the cave back in the day of how maybe the first ones arrived there. Maybe that's how they actually exit eventually. Yeah.
It could be.
Oh, interesting, James. But they're gonna come across fucking Boyd's boat.
Maybe. I don't know.
Da-da-da.
Right?
Where did you send it?
Throw a wrench in it. Just throw a wrench in it.
Hang on, let's see. Where did you send it to me, Robert? Do I still have it?
Oh, Robert thinks the two white figures could be the man in yellow and the kimono ghoul. And not Jade and
Are you sure you sent it to me? You sent him on Discord? Because it didn't come up with anything or that, or I'm just not seeing where you put it.
did he put it in on Discord? Too many discords.
Let me double check. It's not showing. That's weird. Yeah, you did send it to me, but for whatever reason, it did not pop it. All right, I'll let me grab these.
So maybe playing off you, James, maybe with the body of water we see, like you said, or how we always still think there's something more to the Brundles, that if the boat shows up, maybe we'll get that. And we'll go deeper into the Brundles or deeper into that body of water.
They can't get out by the road.
No, they can't. They can't get out by the train tracks either.
They can't get out. So the only way maybe it is water.
And just because the boy in white threw Tabitha out the window, that way out might have to do with the boy in white. Like, it's not something, like, let's say Dale got there, doesn't necessarily mean if he jumped out the freaking window, he would have ended up back in
Maine,
the real world. I think the boy in white opened up some form of some tapped into some form of magic to do that.
Now those numbers in the bottles, they figured it out that it was the lullaby.
They did, but there still could be more to the numbers.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
So on the, if you think about Stranger Things and the Upside Down, and in the cardboard map drawing, to me, up in the right corner, it looks like almost like an upside down drawing of a little town, and then the upside down of it. If that's it's just pretending it's something like that. Tabitha falling from the tower and ending up on a trail. She fell through. She didn't hit the ground because she fell through, just like you were going from a ripple, like in Stranger Things, going from the upside down back to the real world.
You think anybody could access that, or that it had something to do with specifically the boy in white?
Oh yeah,
like
definitely
if Dale got to the tower and just was like he said, I'm just going to walk through this tree, and we saw what happened. Let's say he got to the tower and did jump out the window. I personally don't think he would have survived that either.
Right. Yeah, I think it definitely has something to do with the boy in white. If it's that, whatever it is, however it works, I think it's definitely got to do with him making it work, making it happen.
Gotcha, Robert.
Welcome, Doc.
That.
And so you think the two on the other side are those? See, I thought it was possibly showing
and the man in yellow.
Yeah, I thought it was showing Tabitha,
Jade, and Tabitha.
Yeah, I thought it was Jade and Tabitha, and then still depicting the others as monster form or what have you.
A bigger thing than even the man in yellow or the kimono monster.
Oh, this is really blowing my mind.
So I gotta come back with us, Ma. You have no idea the rabbit holes we've been down.
All right, and so this is supposed to be the aerial of the cannibal village, and so if you, I guess all of the houses make the symbol. These are just more of the images, but yeah, this is the one he's talking about with the cannibal village.
Yeah, and the symbol, it could be sun, moon, or something like that, but it's almost like a mirror image, somewhat. You know, the person on top, person on bottom. That kind of points to the.
Except there's an extra set of like. See, there's an extra set of arms on this side than there is on this side, or am I just tripping?
Yes.
You're tripping. You're
The kid
tripping.
who made all the
No,
lights.
shut up, James. I'm not tripping. There's an extra set right here.
But they're on the
overlaid
other side too.
that they found.
No,
Saying that
yeah,
the
they are
tiles
actually. I'm tripping. They're just how they drew that shit. Why did they make it like
of where you said it
trip me
was.
out? I am tripping. CJ and Steven. Why did they give them an extra set of arms? Though, what is up with that?
Allegedly.
Maybe that's the legs.
Well, then what the hell is that in the center?
We don't really know if that's
It's
the
the
case.
toilet.
Now,
That's
again,
nasty, James. How dare you? You know what? We're trying to be professional around here.
gave Boyd the
No such
ability
language.
arms.
All right,
Boyd
so
arms.
scratch that. Yeah, it trips me out the way it's drawn like that, though. I'm like sitting here trying to measure up shit.
Have something that might be something.
Why do they have extra set of fucking arms?
It could be legs.
Is it
Spider.
just trying to make the F symbol?
Oh, that could. Mom said it could be a spider.
Remember
Yeah,
when
it could be a spider, and then what is?
when they gave him the worms? And the
Oh,
worms,
you think the worms came from the spiders?
Yeah.
You don't think the worms came from Martin in the dungeon?
Well, when he did that thing,
The no blood, my
okay,
blood is your blood.
I don't think Boyd had the worms until he got lost in the forest with Sarah.
But that happened before he. That happened before he ended up with Martin.
Okay, what am I missing now? Why am I thinking?
Well, you watched this time around backwards. You went from season 3 to 1, so you're thinking backwards.
It's my middle name. You gotta think backwards. You can't think forward.
She's like, I watched the seasons 3, 2, 1 this time, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah. So Martin did Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Boyd came out.
Mm-hmm. And there are some
and
theories.
It was Julie who threw him the rope.
Correct.
Okay. And that blew my. I always thought, how did he get the rope?
We all did.
Now we see Julie was the one that gave him the rope. But something about those worms and the spiders, that he got bit by the spiders, that looks to me like a spider. I don't know. Just when I looked at it real quick, I thought of a spider.
Could be.
Maybe thinks of a pretzel.
Maybe that's Fatima birthing an egg and Smiley coming out. She has deemed Smiley's birth Fatima lay an egg.
Oh my God. She gave birth to that thing, but she was full of blood. That was the sad part.
Vic calls it an egg. So we have our moderator. She's deemed it an egg. So we've all just Fatima laid an egg.
She laid something. It was disgusting. It was a thing because she said she went downstairs carrying that thing. So she knew it wasn't a baby. She knew there was something evil inside of her.
But now is Kimono Lady evil? We don't really know. Or is she just another,
Well, look how she played with.
I don't know. She's evil. I don't like how she played with Boyd with that image.
Yeah, and
I deem her evil.
Yeah.
But then can't we say that about Jacob?
Who Jacob?
From Lost. Do you think Jacob was evil?
Wait a minute. I'm not talking about Lost. Get out of here. Leave Lost alone.
I see a lot of similarities between the two
like
shows.
Lost with the boat.
Exactly.
Okay, so this is the. Nah.
But I'm just asking in general.
We're all going to end up in that church in Camden, Maine.
There you go. Is the Kimono Lady evil, or is she just a subject to another curse or circumstance?
Well, I mean, whatever she may have been, she is no longer. I wouldn't deem her good at this point.
Okay. No, I'm just asking.
She created another.
And it's interesting too because the Smiley was born in a weird way. Almost, he was born in darkness, like the children. And technically, was Smiley not killed in darkness, deleted.
Well, Smiley was the one that killed Miranda.
No, but when Smiley was taken by Boyd, it was at night.
Yes.
And then he was born in darkness. Like they're repeat. If you really look, there's
Was
something
it
about the
dark out
way
when
that
all
they
that happened?
do what.
Was it dark out when Smiley was reborn? I think it was still daylight.
No, I'm not when he was reborn. No, he was born at. Well, I don't know. He was born in the darkness of the caves.
Oh, true. You could see it that way. Yeah.
And like, I'm wondering if the children, because they're saying they're born in darkness. I'm not thinking it's like daytime necessarily, nighttime. But the way they showed the children caged in the caves, there's something more to that, and them being born in darkness. But yet, when they were sacrificed, like it wasn't just the fact that they were sacrificed in darkness. It made sure to let us know they were born into darkness. In other words, they weren't born of the natural. They weren't born in the real world. They were born of the darkness of this place. So I don't know. Then something about the way that the monsters behave and that they only come out at night in darkness. Again, kind of repeating kind of the way the children were messed up. And again, they're all in the caves. A lot of the dark stuff that we see is in the caves. And I have a strange suspicion that the dungeon area, or whatever we want to call the ruins, they were also connected to the caves, because it showed Julie going through there to the caves. Like when she opened the door, the caves were there. It wasn't like she walked through like a dream and you opened the door. No, as soon as the door opened, you could see through
Oh,
the
yeah.
door.
Well,
The
we saw
caves
that
led
at the
into
root
there.
cellar. The root cellar was even connected to the caves.
Exactly. So all those
Yeah.
buildings are connected to this story. I don't know, there's just a lot when you start looking at some of those things where they're repeating sort of what they told us about the kids, the
that
pact. You see it displayed in what we're seeing now, but just in a sort of darker, twisted sort of manner.
Didn't she end up in the cave when the house collapsed?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when Victor found her.
Yes.
Okay.
And not only that, but the hole does kind of that she falls through when she looks up at it. Let me find back to these images. It does kind of look like the same hole as the root and what have you when you look up at it, like the symbol without the symbol in the middle. But I don't know, possibly
She was onto something. She was too close. And that's when the man in yellow said,
Well, it seems like one faction wants them to remember, and one faction might not want them to remember. So, hence why the man yells like, "Your wife shouldn't have been digging that hole, Jim." He might not want her to remember.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's pissed off because they got pretty far in this quest, and now Tabitha and Jade remember, and Julie's story walking. So now the man yells like, "Okay, it's time to step in and, fix things."
Mm-hmm.
When is season 4 coming out?
We don't know yet. They haven't announced.
Can you call them? Call Victor. Come on.
And then again, the rat sort of eating on the crow in the cave. There's something about, again, a lot of the darkness in the caves and how it's connected to certain buildings. We still don't know how, like, the monsters that we have today, if, again, are they complete, like, they've changed their appearance and stuff like that, so we don't know how all that works. If they are still the original monsters, or is there, like, something he can do this over and over again, or is it just strictly the curse is what it is, so to speak, and it just goes on? It seems like it's just the curse is what it is. I think I'm still not sure where I place all the pieces, because there's a lot of pieces to this. But let's see, I'm trying to think.
You don't eat. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of sleep and then come out at night and prowl.
Well, we don't really know what they do after they devour who they devour, because we saw in the very first episode what they did to Megan, the little girl, the mom.
Yeah.
So are they eating that, collecting parts of them? I don't know.
And then when the other girl fell asleep,
Oh.
you know,
I don't think that was those monsters. I think that had something more to do with the cicadas.
And yeah, like the cicadas. I don't know. There's something to that with the music box and the lullaby, because we hear Jade say like, we used to. I can't remember how he phrased it now, but I have the clips. But he did talk about how he. I don't remember if he said
Yeah, he said they used to sing them lullabies.
And then Victor talked about how when the children laid on the slabs, they were going to. Someone told them a story. I'm assuming they're talking about Jade and or Tabitha.
That's how I took it.
So there's something to the fact that he said lullabies, Victor said story. Then we have the music box, which again they had to stop the lullaby. And then the cicadas, and the fact that cicadas feed on tree roots, and the kids poured their hopes into the roots, which created the symbol in the tree. I don't know what. There's something to that. I'm not sure what.
Oh, happy birthday, Doc.
Oh, happy birthday, hun.
Another birthday.
Yeah, all the birthday love.
Walk in our chat. It was his birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday, hun. All right, I'm trying. I got too many things opened up. My brain's all crazy. It was on Monday. Oh, sweet. Well, happy belated birthday when we do. We hope you had a great week.
Yes.
Glad you stopped by and hang out with us tonight. Tear that out. Stop sharing that. All right, let's see. Because I'm going to get to the clip. I'm trying to think. What else do I have? Yeah, something about the kids, because I swear they had some of the. I'm trying to find the one of the kids where I swear they had some tree moss on them.
Listen when you're ready to go. Okay.
Hang on. Apologies, folks. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, I don't know. I swear they had like some kind of like mossy stuff on them, and then I swear the tree had it on it as well. Again, if the kids are technically part of them, or what created the trees, are the kids the forest? And if the kids are the forest, is the forest really a danger? Because the forest is where Boyd found things, and we kind of wonder, like, well, how is the forest?
I don't think they're the whole forest. I think they definitely have something to do with the faraway trees, and then maybe they could have kind of melded with the whole forest per se. But I don't think they are the whole forest. I think the forest has been here, and maybe whatever happened or started to happen when it did in this location. But they could definitely have a connection, like, to the forest through the faraway trees.
And maybe that's why Victor didn't want him to cut one down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why the boy in white didn't want to, because they are the children. And I'm curious because even we went back a second ago with what we were looking at with the cave drawings of mural, it shows the F's, which we have kind of represented as the forest or whatever that weird F symbol is. And it shows it white, like basically not supernatural. It is like even the humans, right? They were all white and just kind of normal. And then it changes over to the F being black, which is the same color as the symbol, which is what the children created. So I think they changed the forest.
Yeah, which what you're calling F is tree symbol.
Right.
And so, well, with some of that stuff you were talking about, they fed hope into the roots and things like that. Because I've always thought maybe the music box and the cicadas and the ballerina, and that is almost a monster in itself, not like the other monsters, like something different even. So could, because they poured the hopes in the roots, and cicadas feed on roots, that kind of thing, could that monster feed on hope and the other monsters feed on grief?
Well, it's interesting because the cicadas hit Kenny, and Sarah, when she went to the ruins and she heard the music box, she said that it wants us to suffer, and it got excited when it touched you. And it seemed as if they were referring to Kitty when he got burned by the cicada. Which makes me think that, and the three, they were suffering. They were not in hope. The hope that saved them was Boyd coming in and stopping the lullaby. I think there's something to the lullabies, but I don't know what it is. But I don't think it feeds off of the hope. It feeds off suffering. Because even the monsters, why do you think they didn't kill Boyd? They want him to suffer. They want him to suffer so great. And they know that he's not really, like, he's been kind of fighting back against that and still holding on to his hope. They want to break the hope.
Yeah.
The children had the hope. The children put the hope into the symbol. And I think they're fighting. I think, again, it doesn't seem like the trees are bad. The trees are part of something that's supposed to be good if they are part of the children. And if the hope is sort of what was left of the kids or their goodness that they poured into it, I don't think that he's actually feeding off of that in the sense where it's like,
remember, there was a tree.
I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird. I can't quite put my finger on it. Ugh. There's something between what Abby says to Boyd in that chamber and then what Sarah is told. And I don't believe Abby because she said that hope feeds the forest. She didn't say, if I'm not mistaken. She said specifically, I believe the forest. And I believe the forest are the children. He feeds off the suffering. Because he fed off the suffering of the children, not off of their hopes. They created that to sort of safe keep the goodness that was left in them, is what I believe. Similar to how, like, in Silent Hill, when she created that nightmare world, there was still a part of her, a goodness that they safe kept in another child in order to keep it from the darkness. So I'm not sure where I'm going, but something, damn it, I might be losing it. But I just think he's feeding off the suffering, but the kids in the forest feed off of the hope. So Abby's not wrong when she says they feed off, the forest feeds off of the hope. But I think she's doing that to stop Boyd because, again, Sarah said it needs them and it says it wants them to suffer. And when the three are taken, like, we can't stop it or something. I got the clip when we play through all these clips.
Yeah. But Vic was saying that she did some quick research the other day, and the last 3 seasons from filming and to post-production, it was 8/9 months to air. I'd like to keep that. She said if they'd keep that schedule, probably July or August for a release date for From.
And that's what, James, I think you were pretty much saying about.
Yeah, it depends. And like Robert says, release first episode before May 31st to be eligible for an
My mom
Emmy.
is
So
leaving
maybe.
us, going to bed.
Good night, everybody. I'm sorry.
Thank you for joining us.
Night.
Well, now my mind really messed up. Because I got to go again.
Yeah, right? I know.
Oh.
Well, thank you so much, Mama Suzy, for hanging.
Guys. Yes, you will be back with us.
Yes, definitely. Now I'm going to go watch it.
If we get a trailer and stuff,
I'm going to go watch it from season 1 to 3 now.
All right, go back and forth and then again.
Things are not setting with me right.
And then keep your notes so when you come back, you can share everything with us.
No, the one thing I really wanted to tell was about the priest. That was really...
That was bothering you?
That was. Because why he made her say, what snack did Victor pack for you?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden she looked in the lunch. She would have been roaming all around the street.
Yeah.
So that priest had more to do with it.
Thank you, Mom.
Maybe they'll reveal some more about him. Maybe he'll pop up in From this season. We'll have to wait and see.
Right? But thank you, my mom. My mom enjoys this.
Yes, thank you, Mama Suzy. But yeah, I got a whole bunch of clips, James, that I'm going to get in trouble for. But that might be able to, when you kind of hear it all together, and I did some things. Like I said, I don't know where I'm going with it, but I'm just going to try to go over my notes before, and we'll go diving into it. You know, let's see something. There's something I'm trying to think. I kind of went over everything. Oh yeah, one other side thing too I want to throw out there. All right, so remember Tabitha's dream of the lighthouse, and she's like walking through and what have you, and she
Mm-hmm.
sees the rope, and
Mm-hmm.
then she sees Jim hanging upside down, and then we see the RV crash. Now I may just really be grabbing at straws here, but we never really got like any kind of clarification on that dream yet, and it still may be yet to be revealed. But I found it curious now knowing that Julie was the one that threw the rope, and then that Julie was there to see a version of Julie was there to see what happens to her dad be deleted, and it happens to be at the RV. If maybe her dream was slightly indicating to some of that, even though she didn't understand what it was meaning. I don't know how or why, but I was just like, well, Julie was there for both the rope and her daddy's demise. And then the RV it happened at the RV. Like her dad was hanging upside down and stuff. It happened to be at the RV. Now it's a dream, and dreams are all kinds of topsy-turvy. But I was just curious because we never really got a reveal on that dream. Any thoughts?
Like premonition. I'm thinking.
Just,
No.
I know I'm crazy, but since we're
I'm correlating
tinfoil
a
hats going down
response.
all the rabbit holes, I figured
And
I'd throw that one out there.
Trying to reach a plug.
You guys in the chat, I know I'm probably really reaching with the Tabitha dream, but I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because she sees the toys and stuff, which some of that is revealed. She does walk up to the tower or in the lighthouse, and we do see the toys and stuff there.
It
But then
very
she
well
also
could
hears the
be a
baby crying
premonition.
on the phone and stuff like that, which is kind of messing with her head. So I was just curious if maybe because everything's all jumbled and weird, like a
Well,
dream
okay,
is.
if we're gonna look at that as a premonition, let's break it down like this. Okay, the baby crying could have been a premonition of Thomas calling on the phone
Right. Remember?
to
Yeah.
them. Jim hanging upside down could be a premonition of what happens to him with the man in yellow. The rope being an indication or a premonition. So you can go bit by bit with what Tabitha's dream was and match it to something that Julie has really interacted with or somebody in her family. So yes, you could see that as a premonition if that's the route you're going. The numbers that she saw, if those are the numbers in the bottle that led Jade to the melody, and so it could just be a scrambled premonition that she didn't know how to figure out.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I threw it out there because I was just going through things trying to think.
I don't know about you guys. I do get a little worried just because now where we left off with Julie kind of being the center of where we think or what they are saying the story is going to go. If the focus is solely on Julie now and that part of the story, are you guys a little fearful that we might not get some of the answers that we think we're going to get because now we're just going to be so fixated on Julie that things are going to kind of get lost, and no pun intended?
Well, they could use her as a way to explain some things.
So what do you
Or
think
it
the
could
method
just be
is
mine.
that she story walks? Like if you want to say the rope thing was a story walk, then that means she had to step into that certain place.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case every time? How did she get to the wreck, the RV? Did she step into that place and then out of that place, or something leading to running through the woods and getting to the RV? Like, what is her method of story walking, and how would you know at what point in time, and how would she control that? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
We'll follow it with this. So when we originally see her, matter of fact, I'll see if I can't bring up the pictures too. I'm gonna try to multitask here. We originally see her. When is that episode? Was that like 7 or something like that? I think.
I'm with you, James, because is it like, does she have to fixate on a moment in time? and that she goes back to, does she have to be at a specific location? Like, I'm curious too how her powers work.
Well, they give us a slight taste, which again, there's fuckery in and of itself because of where it happens at. Here it is, I believe. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up the screenshots.
Because that's gonna matter.
And
That's
when they
gonna
call it
make a
story
difference.
walking, I believe again this is going to be a loose term. And we're gonna all have a slight probably variation of what we could
Right.
call
It
this.
it doesn't seem like she is sitting cross-legged on the floor of her
No,
house and goes into
she
a trance.
Like
She has to
meditating and
not
she has
yeah.
only
to
that,
physically
it,
walk through a portal or something.
well, and not only that, but when she does this, it puts her into like a seizure. So her basically her physical body is not where she ends up. So, and I don't know if again the place that she is at right now is particularly a hot spot for whatever it is that's going on here.
So the
Because
Julie we saw
everybody,
when she met Jim, her
I'm
body
sorry,
was somewhere else.
possibly. And hang on,
Okay.
follow me. All right. So whatever this is, okay, so her mind, her physical body is not there. Her mind is there. So you could even say story walking is astral projecting. It could even be considered dream walking, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yep.
Especially with the nightmare thing they have going on. So it's weird because she goes into this particular state in this place, and she said that, and I have a clip for this. I have a lot of clips, all the clippy clips. And she's talking to Ethan about how this place was calling out to her, and ever since she was taken, all she could hear is screaming until she came to this spot right here, and then the screaming stopped, but it was calling out to her to enter. This is a particular hot spot, so I don't know how she's going to fully react outside of this location. I just know this location is a particular hot psychic spot that caused her to go into this state regardless of it was as if because she was fighting it, right? That's why she went to like a coma almost, I think, because she wasn't even aware it took her over. She didn't have any control over this. Even her walking through it, she had no control over what was going on. Martin
Right.
had more control over what was going on than she did, and he
Right,
was
but
more
she
aware.
also went into that type of thing when the cicada thing happened and she was chained to the wall. So that was also astral type projection, possibly.
Exactly. It's the same, and they were all in a dream-like state and sort of like a nightmare because the way that the cicada box and the cicadas in the music box worked was all dreamlike elements. Even before it fully took on everybody, right? It started in their dreams. It hit Kenny, it hit Marielle, it hit the dude and his girl or sister or whatever, and it kind of ramped itself up until it finally emerged in the real world. And it took them like parts of the dream, the cicadas, which were kind of like not fully real, became almost fully real. Almost like, I hate to say it, Dana.
I know what you're gonna say, Freddy Krueger when he entered the world.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
And again, I don't know how far they're going to go with the dream-like elements of things. But again, with Julie, I'm not sure. I don't know how they're going to fully do it because with this particular spot, it is a hot spot in my opinion. Hang on, wait, let's see. Robert says, Boyd used the torch like a port key to go back to the past the second time. Maybe Julie controls her story walk by using similar port keys. And she may use port keys. I'm thinking hers is a little bit different than Boyd. Like Boyd has to particularly use items, or people have to use particular items. I think she's a little more special. Like, I don't know, what did she have on here that would have caused her to teleport other than the fact that, like, again, this spot in particular is a hot spot. And I think she can access those hot spots easier without possibly port keys, but they have to be particular key moments. And also, I'm curious to see if we go back in season 1. Do you remember when the radio would flash, and we had the numbers the first time, and then we had it later on? We see all the different weird psychic energy that goes on. I wonder if any of that is Julie when she's first starting out, and she's trying to like interact with the world, but she can't be seen or something. I don't know, because the way she's because she's not like she was physically there, but she's also like she's not physically there. You know what I'm saying? Like she was in the world, she touched the rope, but her physical body is here. So it's some weird form of astral projection, or just astral projection in general, right? Because you can get to a state where in astral projection you're able to physically touch things.
Yes.
So I don't know where I'm going with it, but it's all kinds of fuckery. I know that. I don't lost where I was going with it. But I don't know that there's definitely something to as far as what you're saying, Robert, with the port keys, especially with Boyd and some other folks. Now the radio could be one, I guess, like y'all were saying before, and that's how Julie's able to go back to the RV at a particular time, or she keeps trying to go back to it and not able to get it at the right time, and that may be why the radio was put there. I'm trying to think. Oh, all the things. Let's see. But yeah, she's going to be a mystery to see how her powers actually truly work. Because he didn't go with her, right? I mean, they were pretty much holding hands, and then he just kind of slipped away from her. But again, that was because that part of her was no longer there. And then why? Of course, this place was calling out to her too. So it was calling, and who was calling out to her? Who asked her to put the rope down? Dana.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Martin?
It sure was.
Yeah, I just don't trust him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just don't trust Martin, because I just feel like he's up to no good. He's doing things and he's getting her to do things, and that's just not very good.
I don't know, but it's gonna be interesting to see Julie's progression and see where they take that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I hope they do explain it a little further and don't just leave it kind of, we're asking too many questions.
Mm-hmm. Well, we get to these clips, and it's all strung together. We'll see. Hey, I'm just trying to make sure I got most of the notes. I think I kind of tried to say some things. All right, let's see. Oh, and what is up, Mr. Miguel, EJ Wicks? Welcome, everyone. Halo, if you're still hanging around, welcome, hun. All you guys for hanging out with us. Let's see. Arena Live, where we compared common scammer techniques to Martin's interaction with people and decided he is a scammer. Yeah, I totally don't trust him.
Oh yeah, no, but that's the thing, and there's so many characters we could point to as being sus that it could be just one of them that it really isn't, and the rest are red herrings. Like we don't know how far it goes. We like Martin says, the tip of the spear. Okay, well, where's the man in yellow on the spear? Where is the kimono lady on the spear? Where is the red image that we see in the caves on the sphere? Like everything, like that's such a vague amount of space that
Right.
I don't know, like, where do we place everything?
Oh no, there is a lot going on. And yeah, I don't trust Martin. I still don't trust him. How does he know Julie? Which I'm sure it'll be something where she went back at some other point and he remembers her because he's been in this place.
Like the monster. Don't you remember me?
Right. So I mean, who knows? Maybe she goes back further before Boyd enters. I don't know.
Does she go back as far as the settlers, and she starts talking to the kid who becomes the monster, and he's referring to "Don't you remember me" from that moment? Like he knew her, she knew him before he became a monster.
Right. Like, could this be Christopher? Like, we never really. I mean, I know he says it's Martin, but I still don't trust any of. I don't. Where the hell did he come from? Because he's supposed to like. Because we know who's been here since a certain amount of time. So then, when did he pop up?
He had the Marine tattoo also.
Right. So, like, was
But
he
do you think
before?
we'll get to see, like, for an example, he said he's met her before or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Julie, but Julie hadn't met him yet. So
Just Julie, our Julie.
Yeah, the present Julie who hasn't gone. Yeah, not the future time walking whatever Julie.
right, but she does eventually, so that would cross times, meaning will we see in a future episode her going back and even Martin hadn't seen her or met her yet? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that's what like, do we have to see, is what Julie doing? Okay, if we look at this like fate, right? Everybody that I forget what movie, but there is a movie that the person who's traveling through time has done it like 1,000 times. And like, no matter what, these certain points always happen, no matter how many times the person is going back to, like, it's just another I forget what movie we kind of saw that in, but is our Julie
they
going
did
to
it
be
in
different?
they did it in Time Machine, the movie, a little bit, where he tried to save the woman he loved, and no matter how many times he went back and back and back and tried to change this or change that, it still always happened.
Right? So what are, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, how many times has Julie gone back? When we see Julie at Jim and the Man in Yellow, what Julie is that? Is that, the first Julie? Is that a Julie after 50 Julies? Like, what Julie is that? And are we, you know what I mean? Like,
Right. And just to clarify, it is all the same Julie, just in a different state of time.
yes.
Right. So the thing with Martin, though, this is her first interaction, even though he said he had already met her. So see the paradox in that?
Yes.
As far, not really a paradox, as far as they could make it where, well, she story walks again and goes farther back to where Martin's a younger man or something, maybe, and when they first actually meet, and that's what he's referencing to. Oh, Julie, like, we've met before.
Right. And we don't know what if Julie future Julie goes back to whenever it is that she does originally meet Martin, what she tells Martin.
Right. And I do
Maybe
think
that's
that's
why
going
he
to
was
happen.
like, hey, the rope deal, like, and that's why he's so sus, because he knows things, and we wondered, like, well, how in the fuck does he know things, or how are certain things being known?
Yeah, like, Julie told him about this moment, and that's why when Boyd's in the thing, he's like, wait, like, he's so off at this moment. He's like, are you real? Like, I've been told about this moment, but still, he was in such a state, he didn't know whether to believe it was the moment that Julie told him about.
But what's so weird is that
Maybe.
she talks about, all right, so if she's supposed to do this thing and Martin's telling her to do the rope and all the things, but before she enters here, she was telling Ethan that this place was calling out to her. And you can see that one of two different ways. Of course, she needs to do the events, but it's calling out to her to do it. And we already know that this place calls out to you. Usually it's not for the good. So there's that little kind of wrinkle, I guess. The fact that she hears screaming all the time up until the point she reaches this place, like it's inviting her in. Like,
I
oh,
wonder if
this is
this
this safe
is.
space.
I
Except
wonder,
that when she enters, she hears nothing but screaming again.
would she be able, like before when she was at her house and went into the trance, would she be able to do it again, like enter this place, be able to, without going to it? And because it may be some weird hub where you can go out into the forest from and reach the RV, because she went one way and went into the caves where her mom and Victor was at that one time. right? From this place.
Mm-hmm. And what if we were reading it all wrong and it's not even a gift? It is a curse. That it comes from the cicadas, and that's why it was calling to her to come here so that she could get the rope down so that Boyd could be inhabited by the cicadas.
That's where I was going with Fatima. Like, how much of this is already predetermined by whatever is in control? Like, and everything is just kind of being moved in certain directions because like it knows what the outcome's going to be. So, and that's what's like I'm like, will we see a Julie and a Julie, like will an older version of herself come back to Julie? Can that happen? Or is it like Back to the Future to where you can't interact with yourself because shit could get all fucked up and
Right.
whatever the
I
case
don't
may be?
know.
Well,
Because
yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were talking about it before, I think, about could she stumble upon herself somehow in the story?
And she does here, but again, it's a weird kind of happen sense because yes, she stumbles upon herself, but her past self or whatever can't see her. Like she doesn't. She can see Randall and all of them on the walls, but she herself doesn't actually like look at her past self. Doesn't look at her future self, and kind of
Because she's in that trance. So
Yeah,
she
because
kind
she's
of
in a trance. Yeah.
right. Because they're all jacked up, so she can't even really see herself, but she knows, like, she can see. This self sees herself, but the other
Right.
self doesn't see her. So I don't know if that, allows, so to speak. What's up, William? Welcome, hon. We've been diving into some thoughts.
Makes your brain hurt, you know?
It does. It really
But yeah,
does.
anyway, we get to the clip. And like I said, I'm going to do my best to get through them. I'm kind of saving it towards the end, so that way if we get struck him down, it'll be all right. And we get all of our other thoughts and theories out of the way.
I need to contemplate.
Like on this kind of stuff. So yeah, again, the way, and they do this in particular, right? Because they show us this side of it at this particular location, which this location in and of itself is a weird hotspot. So, because you remember what happened to Sarah when she was here, right? She had the bloody nose. She also was not doing well. And she could hear the things that were going on. She couldn't see it, but she could hear it. So, I don't know. And then Boyd being able to traverse back and forth using certain items here that I don't know if he could do as easily in other places. Again, this seems to be a particular hotspot. I'm curious to see if the church and the cellar are a similar hotspot, if they really dive into those spots a little bit more. Because we know that Jade sees stuff in the cellar. We know what the cellar happened. We know kind of what happened there, and there's stuff back there and all that. But I'm curious to see if, because Julie comes through one of the trees and it takes her there to the cellar, and she kind of freaks out and comes out of it. But I'm curious if she ever really goes back there and goes to that back room. Does she go to another time? Does she, like, I don't know, how does, like you said, is she just walk into these places, or is it particular hot spots she has to walk through, or is it port keys? Like, cause I'm curious to what port key did she have on her to be able to interact with this spot, how Robert was talking about it earlier, or is it just she, again, this is a hot spot, so she's able to connect at a different level because she's.
It didn't seem to affect Ethan, in any kind of way while he was there. Like he didn't hear anything like Sarah did, or, didn't go
Kenny
into a
didn't
trance.
even hear anything either when Kenny was
So,
there.
it is certain people, different things. And I do believe that part of the future story of Julie will be her going to different points in time, maybe all the way back to the sacrifice of the kids, to try to figure out and help Tabitha and Jade figure out how to fix it.
Right. because Ethan makes it kind of seem
Hence
clear
how
like
she
she
meets the
can't
boy
change
before he
it.
becomes a monster.
Right. He makes it clear like she can't change it, but she can go back and kind of relive the chapters. So yeah, I don't know. They call it story walking, but it seems again that's kind of the term that Ethan put on it. But I don't know because she's astral story walking because it is very much so reminds me of astral projection. Only the fact that her body is remaining in a spot, but yet a part of her is physically interacting. It's not just like not just like how the three were taken and they're kind of in this odd dungeon space that's in between time and space. She also came back, or we see her with her dad later, and touching and interacting with him physically. So it's outside of also this pocket space that she's able to physically, because this space kind of heightens things, I think. But even outside of these sort of psychic spots per se, she seems to still be able to interact similar to how you would astrally projecting. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm just spitballing. Like you said earlier, Jane, you just kind of have to you talk out loud sometimes. You don't know where it's going, but who knows?
Pretty much.
So what else, James? You got any other thoughts on theories where you think we're heading? You got Elgin still apparently kicking.
Yeah. Surprisingly.
All right. That one image we saw, it still showed his hand damaged. Of course, they didn't show the eye because he wasn't in full makeup and such. But yeah. And there was something to that too, because I believe when Boyd was, oh God, what episode was that? All the screenshots, folks. Bear with me. That was what the last episode, I believe, episode 10. When Boyd lays out, yeah, that's episode 10. So Boyd does a thing where he's like laying out stuff on the table. Did y'all pay attention to all the different things that Boyd put on the table to scare Elgin? I'm trying to find that particular image if I can find it. I hope I can find it. And here's part of it. I got it. It just took me all the screenshots. Oh gosh, it's right here. All right. So he put a lot of things. What is the things he put on the table? Oh, we got the screwdriver, which of course was Sarah's choice. And I'm trying to see if I can get, and let me go back and see. Dang it. Can't see. He put a nail on the table as well, like a long nail. But a lot of items that were supposed to, dang it, I can't see it. I swear when he slammed all this stuff down, but there's a lot of pointy objects. So I was curious when they went, it's almost like, which tool are you going to pick? And they still seem to pick the object to go in the eye. Out of all of the objects to play with and do things with, they still chose an object to go through the eyeball. She used a screwdriver, but I could sworn he like slammed a nail on the table. I'm going to have to go back and get a better screenshot of that. But I don't know. I thought it was curious because we also see that kind of the theme of the nail, but she didn't choose the nail. He was choosing the hammer. See, Boyd chose the hammer. Sarah chose the screwdriver. It was all kinds of messed up. Dang, I wish I had it of the nail. See, there were so many things I was trying to get together, just so little time. But I thought it was interesting that he chose to grab the tools that he chose to grab. I don't know. It was an interesting thought. Then, of course, we get the... Do I have the image where he does it? Because Elgin's all freaking out. Let's see. Do I not have it? All the screenshots. Oh, there's the nail. I did have it. Ha. I don't know. It reminded me of like the other dude. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. And then, did I have the one where it gets the picture too? Because we got the picture. Oh, that's he chose the hammer. Wait, I think that came before, didn't it? Did I not get? Dang it! Hang on. There's too many screenshots. Oh yeah, that was freaky too, right? He said it was everything but the boat. Like, I don't like how Kimono Lady communicated with the camera. That was creepy. What do you
Yeah,
think,
it's gonna be
James?
interesting once we figure out how magic works here.
Yeah, how do you think this fits into the magical scheme of things? Is that the camera, the kimono ladies apparently used the camera to take a picture of and send to Boyd his house. Now, is he supposed to take that as a hey, you'll get to go home, or hey, I'm threatening you? Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know. Because part of me, I think, if I remember feeling watching it, was that they're effing with him.
Yeah.
I took it as a threat.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that was a fucking threat.
I know, but Elgin's like, see, she's telling you if we do this, you'll
Because
get to go
Elgin's
home.
stupid.
But it's
He's
disguised.
stupid.
I mean, it is disguised as a look, she's telling you you're going to get to go home. So you're home again or whatever. Yeah, it's disguised as that, but I don't think
I
that's
took it
what
as a
was.
threat. She
Right.
was so threatening. You piece of shit.
But maybe it's a clue at the same time saying you need to find your boat.
Could be. But ain't that curious though that they're able to this world is able to sort of grab a picture like that in that manner, and
It's magic.
that is that is
Magic.
some high level magic fuckery there though.
That's why it definitely makes me feel like there's got to be some kind of godlike entity or bigger power source at play here, because even because remember when they said that the original settlers, they made a deal with somebody, they promised them eternal light, like
Right.
they were so something, like there is something else behind there, and I really just don't think it's the man in yellow.
Right.
If
The
it is the
squid,
man in
Yeah.
yellow,
the squid person on the cave wall in red.
yeah, and I just don't think that's the man in yellow. I think I
Right.
think
It could be
everybody
the
here,
bigger entity, the bigger thing you're talking about.
yes, I think the man in yellow is another person who maybe was promised something, given something when they got
Right.
here. I think the same thing with the kimono lady. Just like it's like,
Well, I think about
because
it like remember when we watched Alice in Borderlands and you had the Joker card
mm-hmm,
and then you had the what you like there and then you had the gods, right?
mm-hmm,
I think similar like that. Like you got sort of that totem pole of individuals, not like they're equal in the same regard, but as far as like, he's not the end all be all. He's just another link in the chain
yeah, I
to the
feel like the
bigger
man in
god.
yellow is another
Like
form
he
of the
could be the
monster.
watcher. He could be the watcher guy. And like he comes in when the game's getting messed with or they're not I don't know,
Could
kind of
be,
deal.
could be,
Um,
but I definitely don't think he's the end all be all.
no.
And I really honestly would not be fucking shocked if in the end it turns out to be fucking Martin. And I know my mom is going to even say it, a Victor, a somebody who was a Clara, somebody who has just been in the picture since the beginning.
Yeah, Martin
That
still trips me out. Because especially when we go through one of the clips, and I'm gonna try to remember to sort of
hide in plain
stop.
sight. Like I don't know why I can't get that out of my mind. Like I feel like the true end all be all is among them. And just kind of sitting back, doing what it's doing, and when we get the reveal, it's gonna be, I don't think it's gonna be a nobody. I think it's gonna be somebody we know.
It very well could be. I'm
Like
trying to
somebody
think
who
of who
none
that
of
would
us
really
know
be
about.
that's sort of like left walking around. And I don't see it being
Hell, it
anybody.
could
Now,
be
Martin,
it could be
Martin
anybody
is
that's
all
just
kinds
going
of
to make
sus
our
for me.
fucking like jaws drop. Like holy shit. No, that would make. I think that would make for a really great fucking story. I would rather it be somebody that we've seen like throughout the series, and we maybe could have been sus, but we have 20 people who are sus right now. Like I don't know. I just have this gut feeling that's telling me like somebody's gonna like walk out of something like it was me the whole fucking time. Wahaha.
Because they reference almost like like whatever the bigger is a they. So, which makes me think it's not the man in yellow because he's a individual. But they do a lot. Oftentimes, even Martin references like they're coming. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to go again. I got the clip, so we'll kind of listen to him here in a minute. Yeah, I don't know exactly what or like what the man in yellow truly is as far as was he possibly one of the original townspeople or was he part of the they it entity, like a lesser being, sort of there to kind of watch, kind of how like the boy in white seems to be a watcher or a guider of sorts, like the man in yellow is like the other side's sort of watcher and guide. That's why he stopped Tabitha. Like he's limited in his power and scope.
Mm-hmm.
So like when they try to reach out to the outside world to figure certain things out, that's when he comes into play. That's why he intercepted perhaps Boyd. And maybe see, I don't know how again the ruins are so whacked to begin with because of how they work and what goes on at the ruins so far. How Boyd seemingly ended up there, but then he doesn't use a tree; he uses the torch to get back there. And then again, the trees supposedly they're possibly created from the children. And the way that Victor talks about the trees being temperamental kind of does sound like a child, right? They could pop you up anywhere, and perhaps they did not appreciate some people, so they pop you in other places that you may not want to be because they don't like you. But other people, they pop in safety because they do like them. I don't know. Because before we're just assuming the trees are just portals, but they're more than that now. They're right. At least the bottle tree is, and then supposedly all the trees are connected in the same regard. So you would assume that all of the trees, that at least the faraway trees, are connected to the children. I would assume, based off kind of what they said towards the end of the season. Until they give us more information, that's what I'm assuming. I don't know. Lots of things to contemplate. You guys in the chat, definitely let us know what your thoughts and theories are.
Scarlett. Too many fucking things.
Yeah, I'll sit here and ramble. And let's see. Robert says there's no boat in the picture, so maybe it's foreshadowing, telling him he will never escape and see his boat. It definitely could be. I mean, Boyd didn't take it very kindly. I didn't take it very kindly. And she's trying to communicate. No, I took it as if you keep messing with my boy, Elgin here. She was just threatening, like, I know where you live, you piece of shit. That's what I took that as. Like, she tried to dox him, Dana.
So if the boy in white, didn't he send Boyd, Sarah, and Julie through the tree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Sarah ended up at the church, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hadn't she already killed somebody, so she needed to hide anyway? So that was a good place that the boy in white maybe sent her.
Mm-hmm.
Or the kids, if you want to say the kids or the forest or whatever, right? So trying to help them, trying to be good, okay? They did send Julie to the underground
cellar.
thing, the cellar. Yeah. But she's safe. You know, she didn't end up in a wall or anything. So she was close to town. So that's good for her, at least, maybe.
Yeah, she was kind of hidden, tucked away a little bit.
Yeah. And those
Kept
places,
safe to a
yeah.
degree.
And those places may be spots. The cellar's old. The church is old. The ruins of that old place is old.
Right. Like the
you know.
places the kids remember,
Right.
right?
So that could be spots.
Even the dungeon would be a place that the kids might remember.
Yeah, maybe
Not that they intentionally sent Boyd there
but that's the
for
question.
that reason, but because
why did the boy in white send Boyd into a place that he had to be rescued by Julie? I mean, was it intentional? Did he intentionally send Julie to the cellar? Did he intentionally send Sarah to the church? Did he intentionally send Boyd to be in that hole?
Well, we know at the end of the season, the kids were trying to get Jade and Tabitha particularly to remember. That's what the Nkui thing was from the beginning, is for them to remember what happened. So if you think about spirits and ghost stories and movies and TV shows and how they try to reveal what happened to them by sending you places or showing you things. Well, in this place, they send you places, but they'll try to show you things. Like you might even, what was that? Was it fear.com where they were like throwing up pieces of like her body bag or whatever? And even in the ring and stuff like that, right? Like they were having all kinds of weird things happening, but they were all these different spiritual things in these movies. Usually when you see the visions or you see different things, it's depicting what happened to that spirit. Now, depending on the spirit, of course, it gets a little tricky, but if we're just talking about spirits who are trying to reveal their truth and get people to see what happened to them, to hear their story, so, for whatever, those places could, again, they're all seemingly connected to the children and to what happened. The cellar was connected. It seems like it's connected to the caves for sure, but it was where they birthed the monsters, and it's something that Miranda depicted in her drawings. Also Miranda depicted the ruins in her drawings, the church in her drawings. She has a particular picture of the church with all the extra, almost like worshipy kind of picture with the crosses in it and all that kind of stuff. So again, these are all things. How they're connected to the children fully, I don't know, but connected to the original people and the story of what happened. And if the children are trying to reach out and get people to remember or try to find a way to get Tabitha and Jade to remember, I mean, it is possible that, yeah, they sent him there. Now, why he kind of ended up with the cicadas, that's the kind of, again, just like everything we follow some of these theories, you get to a point where you're like, oh, I got it. But then there's the wrench. And the wrench that throws it in there for me with the trees is the fact that Martin's there and Martin gives him the cicadas and the music box fuckery. But again, the kids could have been trying to reach out. And that's why when we see Boyd in that hole and he's trying to climb out, he gets interrupted. And he gets interrupted with the image of his son with the boat key. And he slips and falls back down a little bit. And then he continues his climb. There's something to that, maybe. But so if he is, maybe he was supposed to fight Martin in that moment. Maybe the kids were trying to get him and he just didn't do the right thing that he was supposed to do down there. Or maybe that was what they needed in order for them to shake up, say, even Tabitha and Jade, maybe because even Victor said, y'all don't have, nobody's scared enough. We need more fear. We need you guys to wake up to what's really going on. It's like the kids were trying to get them to wake up and remember something. I don't know. There was a rant.
There's always a rant, damn it.
I heard it. I heard it.
I don't know what it meant, but there were a lot of words in there. And Robert says, according to recent interviews with Griffin and Pete Pinkner, I'm horrible with reading. The rope was
Retconned.
Because they knew it was a major question of the fans. Julie was originally intended to throw the rope. So wait, what?
Does he mean Julie was not originally intended to throw the rope?
So she was originally not intended to? Huh. Well, then that see, that's messed up fuckery, Dana, if that's true. Because then how are we supposed to form a theory if they kind of like just...
I think we're looking maybe too deep sometimes.
No, you can't take away our tenfold theories. That's what brought us together in this community, James.
We will ask these questions, damn it.
Well, they had to. Well, what did they think we were going to ask? The dude just happens to... How did the rope get thrown down there? And I was fine with them letting it be Martin, and he just kind of like zipped out of his chains and shit, because he's all kinds of fuckery.
Does that mean they're going to tell us about the bile because we all have been bitching?
Right. I mean, I was fine with the bile just not being too much other than the fact that that was all the creatures had left in them. Because they were, I don't know. I don't know what they were going to go with that. I don't even know why they introduced it in the first place. They didn't have anything for it. Is that the only reason why we had Fatima pregnant? Is because we wanted Smiley back? But she was already thinking about being pregnant before Smiley was taken away, so that don't track it. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Then you know what? I'm gonna get to my clips here in just a minute, and then we'll be even more confused. Trying to think what else. Yeah. Oh, and then we saw on the thing Kenny was all playing around with some machetes. So who knows? Maybe Kenny's gonna level up this season. What do you guys think about Kenny? Is he gonna get a lady, a new arrival, a old arrival's gonna hang around? Is Mario gonna get taken out, and he's gonna have to be there to the shoulder to cry on?
Oh no, he was side-eyeing Acosta for a minute. He was looking at Miss Acosta.
No, Robert clarified not. So she was not originally intended to throw the rope. Oh, okay. Well then, So how much of that then of her story walking is it just the rope, or is it like her whole kit and caboodle of story walking is thrown in there to explain things that they can't explain? I don't know how I feel about that, Dana.
I really don't know either.
I mean, I appreciate them explaining the rope, but then is it just because it correlated with what she was already kind of doing with her character, or is this something they added in and now it's like changed the whole dynamic? I don't know.
Maybe it just worked with Julie's storyline as far as the story walking stuff that they already had planned, and just said, well, we can easily fix that with Julie because she's already going to, go as far back as the original sacrifice and see how the story is playing out. Because, it's like you said, the kids want them to remember, well, Julie's the perfect one to go back and see what happens and then tell Tabitha, okay, so this is what went down or whatever, know.
No, no.
Or you've wasted hours and hours and hours of thinking.
I mean, it's possible. I guess there could be, worse things wasted hours and hours on, perhaps.
It reminds me of that time I walked in a studio and there was a really big producer there.
Oh, wait, story time? Hang on. All right, let's get ready. Everybody, grab your popcorn, get your drinks.
All right, it's a
It's
short
a
story.
No, tell a long story.
It's short. Well, I don't want to take away from. We're in a train of thought here, but I walked in there, big producer, and I'm thinking, James, this is how history is made. You play a song, and you're like, "Hey, guy, listen to this song I've got here," and you're gonna be famous. It's just you got to take that chance. You got to take that shot, right? If you don't, you're missing it, right? So I did. There was a guitar there. I picked it up and I said, "What do you think about this tune?" And I picked the best song. Like, this is the best song I've ever crafted. That's what I played for him. And I didn't even get to the singing. And he stopped me and said, "No. Sounds like something else." So, when you get a theory busted down sometimes,
right?
I feel like I remember that happened to me. It's like, man, I didn't even get to the singing, dude.
I know. It happens to me all the time. I do it to myself, just talking it out. And I'm like, well, then there was that. All right, well, scratch. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But I'm trying to think of all the different things, like I said, because when I get to the clips, I don't know what's going to happen.
I do think they're making some of it up, changing it, retconning it.
Right.
And I think we're just along for the ride.
Well, that's why I'm like trying to get back to like the main sort of essence of what the story is supposed to kind of be telling. Like, we get all these little kind of bits and things, but there's something, especially what they gave us at the end of the season, telling us about the children and kind of how the monsters were created, connecting the symbol and the trees and stuff like that to kind of see where they're going to go.
Yeah, because you got to say they probably thought she was gonna, or already had the Storywalker thing there to be able to use that as a fix, maybe for the rope, because of the guy on the front porch when they first ran into the colony house and said, "Oh, don't you remember me?"
Right.
So it's cool, if writers do that and it works,
Those are kind of little things like, it doesn't necessarily change anything of what the core essence is. It just kind of explains something that maybe they weren't thinking that they were going to have to explain. That it was just something that happened, I guess. I don't know. Thanks for calling a question a lot of things, but
yeah, because doing that sets up a paradox. And did the paradox arise because they did that, the retcon, or will other times, like her story walking, is that a paradox in it? Will all things be like that,
Right.
Or was it just because of that retcon is why it was kind of a paradox?
Right, because they set that whole scene up for her talking to Ethan about how that place was calling out to her, and that when she's there, sort of the screaming stops. Because even Randall sort of played with this. He was talking about that too. That's why he was trying to use the machine or whatever to shock his brain, because he wanted to get the voice, all the screaming, the voices and everything out of his head. So that's strange. Like, there's a weirdness to that, where they wrote it in for her to go there. Like, to have a whole scene of him talking about you're on a threshold and the hero has to continue forward. And she goes through and she gets to have this whole scene with Martin for her to throw the rope. But it's not just for her to throw the rope, right? Because she gets to go back and hear when her mom and Victor went through the caves. I think there's even a moment you can kind of hear the kids screaming. Like, it's not, when she says she constantly hears screaming, it's not just her. And I think the way it's depicted, it's not just her, Marielle and Randall that she hears. It's, I think, the children as well. She kind of hears them in the caves when she's walking through. and then she ends up again. I don't know. Hmm. Something, a thing. I don't know. Wait, hang on. I think we got some more things from Mr. Robert. Says they also said that Tabitha was not intended to go to the real world in season 3, but rather it was supposed to happen in the last season. But they changed it when writing season 3 for more drama. All right, so she was eventually supposed to go. They kind of put it at a different place. Okay. But at least they were always intended her to eventually make it to the real world. And seeing, so that just changes all the theories up, right? Well, then I wonder
Hopefully.
what were they going to have in between the time? Because I'm assuming her always going to the real world was so that she could remember or try to remember or see what Miranda's seeing.
Right. Maybe they changed it, the actual context of they just used that she went back, but had to change the context because they changed the time in the season it happened.
And according to Robert, apparently they do a lot of this sort of on the spot changing when writing the season. I mean, we'll have to see where it goes. And like I said, we can only kind of theorize based on what they give us, and go from there. And I guess if they're changing things as they go to kind of, again, when they say they hear the fans and stuff like that, maybe that's why they wrote in the rope, because they wanted to make sure fans were happy with that. Maybe that's why Smiley came back, because fans really called for him. I don't know. Because that changes everything about the cicadas to a degree, depending on how much they change, right? Like different ones of our theories where we're like, oh man, it all, like we have a theory, but then it's like, oh, well, this little thing here kind of puts a wrench in it. Well, how do we know that wrench is not just because they decided to change something and really you're onto something, but because they had to change something for drama or fans or whatever, it threw a wrench into things. But in the end, it's still going to be maybe what you thought it was. I don't know.
It's just as far as the clues that I've got, it does seem like they're changing stuff, but at the same time, they're keeping that core. Like Julie was going to be a story walker anyway, so that it kind of flows. Tabitha was going to leave and go to the real world anyway, so why not just put it over here for more drama? It doesn't change the story. As far as the theories go, as much if you stick to the core of what's happening and not a lot of the little details, I think. But yeah, it does make you question if they're making it up on the fly. How much are they making up? Or are they just adding little changes to either help the flow, the drama, or the like a fan service thing?
Right. Like, okay, fans really are wanting to answer this. We never thought we were going to go too deep into it. Maybe we can, how can we add what we already have of the story? Can we add something, like her story? Well, maybe she wasn't ever, it was going to show the cave or the dungeon, but maybe not her doing that in regard to Martin, which again, that, I guess Martin's such a prickly one. What kind of conversation was she supposed to have with Martin, if one at all, if they weren't going to have her touching the rope?
Well, I mean, it still could show that she's a story walker. She goes and talks to Martin, the same guy that Boyd, the same place. She saw herself hanging on the wall. She went out into the cave system and saw her and her mom, or heard her and her mom, or however that played out.
But Martin knew her. So again, was she always destined to speak to Martin in particular, or was that her speaking to Martin in that moment added because they wanted to have the rope added because of the fans or whatever?
Well, I think, I'm hoping anyway, that when they wrote that scene into what they already had, because they say they didn't have it before. The fans wanted it, so they're like, oh, well, we can write that in right here. I would say that they already had a point later in a season where she met Martin for the first time. So when they wrote that scene, that they already knew was going to happen later, right? So because they kind of know the story going forward, it's just they're writing it as they go, and they can change little details, but not big, huge things that are really going to matter. So that when they were writing the Julie rope scene, they're like, oh, hey, she's actually already met this dude, or she's going to. Let's put in there that, because at this point right here is a later time than she meets him in her story walking. He can say, oh, don't you remember me? But she actually doesn't, because that's the first time she's actually story walked per se.
Right.
So maybe it, whatever they're doing doesn't change things drastically, just helps the story along.
And then Robert's talking about too the pregnancies, so they chose to use that for Smiley. So was the pregnancy always a thing? So was the whole pregnancy just sort of a throw in for Smiley, or?
I think that would include the kimono lady.
Right.
They would have to write that whole thing together.
So was it just any monster was going to, how? I mean, because it seemed as if it was to bring back a monster. So.
But if they live forever, you have to show that, right?
But she was already. Was it because we already loved Smiley so much and they knew they were going to take him out and they wanted to bring him back? Or was it because that all happened pretty quick? So they always knew Julie was a story walker. Okay.
Yeah, I would say they always knew that one of them would die and come back. They just didn't know specifically when they said that to themselves how it was going to happen, and they ended up on the pregnancy way to do it. But it's like, okay,
because before
these monsters
that
are going to live forever. How, if Boyd kills one of them, how is that one going to come back? But it's got to come back because they live forever, and we got to show that. So how is that going to happen? And they ended up on the pregnancy idea.
So the kimono lady was an afterthought?
I would say the kimono lady is, once they come up with the pregnancy idea, they said, okay, we need a midwife.
Right. So are they going to have more like with her in the original story, or is she just, that is all I like? Because if it was an afterthought, that is a hell of a thing to have to write in.
Right. So the only thing I would say, because it would be a little more complex to write it in if she's a real person. So I would say she's a spirit of some kind. Conjured up, maybe. I don't know, man.
Well, I know. That's why I'm questioning all the, the fuckery and such.
It's hard to question that and still keep a sane mind. You kind of, like
well,
you
like
said,
the rope I get
you
now,
almost got to just go with what they give us.
Story walker, I kind of give you the rope, but the pregnancy thing, that was a whole like I get them trying to figure out how Smiley comes back with it for the fans or what have you, but to have to write in the whole pregnancy and kimono lady with Elgin, that's a lot to add into the story. I mean, they can do it. What's up, Miss Debbie? Welcome, hun. Diving into thoughts and theories. We've talked about a lot of things, and definitely drop your link in the chat, hun, so everybody can go check out some of the things you've been working on. You've been posting a lot of stuff out there, so definitely go check her out and all of her videos. But yeah, a lot of things. I mean, I don't. If they're like I said, I don't. I have to go back and watch it because with Robert kind of telling us this stuff, it probably need to go back and watch it ourselves to have a little more context of what they said in particular when it comes to the rope, Smiley, all the things that we're talking about, and the changes that are made, or possible changes or add-ins.
Well, if they knew they had to bring Smiley back, or whatever the case may be, man, did they waste a good opportunity doing it through Fatima's pregnancy. I don't know. I just feel like that was such a waste of
Well,
what could have been.
because they used
really
it as a
awesome.
way to talk about the monsters as well, and how they, because that's how Fatima was able to tell us about the monsters, right? And how they sacrificed their children in order to live
Yes, but
forever.
still, I just feel like it
So that's
was.
what I'm saying. What part of that did they just decide? When did they decide that? Because they could have already decided that back in season 1 after they saw how, like, they already knew that. Well, I don't know though. He was supposed to come back. So was it like they chose Smiley because they knew whatever monster they chose would come back through the pregnancy? And so back in, I guess, season 1 to season 2, before he was given the cicadas, they just knew he was such a fan favorite that they were going to choose him. Maybe.
I don't know.
I would say they maybe always knew once they cast him that he would be the one.
I don't know, because like I said, the whole pregnancy, if the pregnancy itself was an afterthought in order to bring him back, or
I don't
just, I don't
I
know.
don't
I'm
I don't think it
confused.
was an afterthought in the sense of, oh, Smiley's dead. The fans loved him. We need to bring him back. How do we do that? I think it was when they're originally writing the story down, they knew one of the monsters needed to be killed. They knew one of the monsters would have to be brought back because it's a curse of you can't die or you live forever or whatever. So they had to fulfill that, and they had to figure out a way for that to happen. And maybe they did delay that till later, once they developed a lot of the rest of the story, and they had to fit that in. And like Robert said, maybe they did come up with Kimono Lady for a different part, or to come in at a different time. But once, they got those other story elements in their head, they're like, okay, well, this is how we can do it. If we do a pregnancy, we can pull in the Kimono Lady spirit or real person, whatever she may have been. And they just, I mean, to me, that's just how stories are done and written.
Right.
You do change things. You do have some things undecided till the last minute. And if you're writing for television, you haven't produced yet, you do have the ability to write fluid, like, oh, we can add Julian on the rope thing because it makes sense. If you just throw something in there for shits and giggles, that's a whole different thing, right?
Right.
So hopefully our theories are still semi-sound, because even though they fuck around with it's not throwing the whole thing off too much, because they did give us what they give us, and that's what
Right.
we're going on.
Yeah, because it's sort of essence of, again, what they depicted in the cave drawings and what they've kind of told us about the kids and the adult slash monsters does seem to, or what they've told us about that in the last season does seem to be depicted in some sense on the cave murals, which is supposedly created by the monsters. So there is that, like you said, that sort of core story that is still intact, minus maybe a few little things they've changed or added, like you said, for whatever reason, to emphasize or give to the fans, draw them, all that kind of stuff. Let's see, any other thoughts? And any of you guys in the chat, let us know, like, what are some of your sort of theories going forward with any of the characters? It showed us the bus driver Baka. She's seemingly coming back. She was in some of the, I believe she was in the trailer, or not trailer, I'm calling it a trailer, the post of them talking about wrapping it up. I know I did see her or popping up and around, so she may have a bigger part this season. We know she was connected with the lullaby. Again, all that's all still kind of interesting and mysterious. What is, why is her family attached to that particular lullaby, and that lullaby attached to this world? That's the lullaby that was for the music box. Again, it's all kinds of mystery with that. But I'm sure they'll explain better. But it does seem like there's something with it. We'll see what she gets to reveal per se. You don't want him to be hatched. See, I don't want Smiley being hatched to be the Cthulhu painting. Oh, he could be. I don't know. I'm thinking they're going to split into two factions. Boyd and his group go to the settlement. Oh, she's going to make Curry goat. She may. The pictures did show some new folks entering the town. So yeah, what do you guys think? Well, are you hoping to see a little more with our bus driver? How do you think she fits in, knowing the melody or the nursery rhyme for
I
the
don't know.
music box?
I'm not too sure. I don't know if it's more so her fitting in or whoever was the one telling her the lullaby.
Well,
I
we
don't know
say that
which
it
one I'm
seems to
more.
be families and stuff like that are attached. So it's interesting if her grandmother
Like, was
knowing
she the
that
one
and was
for
telling her, and
something?
then she ends up back in this world. So I don't know. And then the fact that they showed her as, again, one of the cast members. I mean, because they pretty much showed everybody that mattered, but they made sure to show Acosta. They showed the bus driver. They showed. They didn't even show everybody. They just showed certain people on that like wrap it up post.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna put her with things. I just know it's interesting as far as folks kind of how they are and why they end up. Um, Again, out of all the bus drivers in the world, to seemingly bring maybe Marielle there and Elgin there for their purpose was um, Bacta, and her having some ties to the world as well. I mean, that's pretty. And again, it could be just something they threw in there. I don't know. Again, with them throwing little bits and bobs in there, I don't know if it was just, again, they gave her that tie-in just so that they could have another dramatic effect with the nursery rhyme or whatever, with the lullaby. Let's see. Robert says, sorry, I looked over to read the chat. Our theories are still solid because they have given us the metadata. For instance, the cave mural, the colors, faraway trees, sacrifice, story walking, etc. 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 Dana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had one today on. Oh, it was on Instagram too, I believe, but on Twitter, where they were saying the rumors are true. It's a wrap, and it just has a few of them going through saying basically like it's a wrap, it's a wrap. And it showed some of our cast members. Showed Elgin, of course, Boyd, Victor, Sarah, I believe. It showed Bacta, I believe, in it. Tabitha, maybe, and a few others. What it showed Donna.
Had a couple of machetes.
Oh yeah, Kenny. I'm trying to remember everybody's names. Why is my brain? Oh, frustration. I'm terrible with names as it is. I'm trying real hard here, folks. I apologize. But yeah, they showed a few folks. Let's see. I still have it to where I can show it again for you, Miss Debbie, if you have not seen it. Sorry, I'm trying to. The brain is just not working very fast tonight, folks. I do apologize. All right, so let's see. Here we go.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Romilly, that's a wrap.
That's a wrap, folks.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap on season.
Oh, we did have Randall. We had Randall in there. So yeah, and look, he's still wearing the jacket that had the little claw marks on it from when the monsters. Again, they're not done. He still has more suffering to go. He hasn't suffered enough, Dana.
Right.
They will feed on his suffering, which makes sense because we wonder how like the monsters feed too, because they don't exactly eat the organs and stuff. But one could say like not the fear so much, but the suffering, because they're all
Suffering will
scared.
be legendary.
Well, right, and they're really cooking up Boyd, right? Can you imagine when they finally like reap his suffering? Have a good night, Robert. Thanks for hanging tonight, man. Always appreciate you.
That's a wrap on season 4.
Season 4 from
Season 4.
Congratulations.
That is a wrap.
We're coming.
We came, we saw, we wrapped.
That's a wrap.
Honk, honk.
Season 4.
That's a wrap.
So there you go. They showed pretty much everybody of our main cast, I would say. That Elgin still seems to be hopping around and popping.
Mhm.
So yeah, any other? I'm trying to think of any other theories before I pull up the series of clips that may or may not get us strucken down. So I'm waiting to the end so that way, just in case anything happens,
Right.
it'll be all right. It was in the end of the stream, and it's fine. I will put it somehow in Discord for you guys to check out.
McLean, it's safe. It's understandable.
Well, I figured if it's the end of the stream, at least then we've talked about pretty much everything else. And if it, for whatever reason, we get taken down or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
You just never know how things will happen.
I don't know if I have any new theories or thoughts. Like I'm thinking we're probably going to have 2 seasons left, maybe 3 if they push it. So, and if we get 8 episodes per season, they have 16, to 4 episodes to tell the rest of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I just hope that I just hope that they give us a good story, because I feel like we've just had so many shows, and this being one of our favorite, I just don't want to be disappointed. And I know that season 3 was iffy for some people, and it did turn off some people, and like I get that, but I still like I'm gonna stick it out, and I just hope that this doesn't go down in history as like fuckery, because I know what Lost dealt with. You have a very, very split fan base. You either hated the ending or you loved the ending. And typically, a lot of the people who didn't like it, a few of them that we've come across, once you explain to them what the ending was, they kind of were like, okay, I didn't realize that. And you can sometimes change their minds. But I hope with all the crap we've been dealing with that it doesn't fucking end fucked up.
Well, it seemed like they're still going along with a story.
You know what I
Again,
mean? I
how
just
they
feel like we've had
end
so
it, I
many
still don't know
disappointments.
how they're supposed to save the children. I don't know what that's supposed to actually be. Again, I think it's somewhere along the way of them having to actually reveal and come to terms with what happened and save like the essence of the children, because the children are dead. And when they very much so said, like when they originally were here, that they tried and they failed, and they tried because one of the children was theirs, and they've had to come back over and over again to try to stop it. But again, it's the children are always depicted now as like ghost-like creatures. So how do you do that? Well, usually with ghosts, what do you have to do is you have to sort of bring the truth out to what it was, to justice, whatever the incident is. Usually, I think I'm trying to think of most ghost stories of any kind or any spiritual type story. Even if the entity is bad, you still have to kind of get it to come to terms with whatever happened. Because the kids obviously, I mean, I would imagine the kids have a whole bunch of unfinished business. They ain't happy at all with what happened to them. But then again, you have the other side of it too, which is whatever it is that they made a deal with, which adds another layer to this, because you have kind of what the kids are, but I don't think that solves, like, even if you were to save the children to a degree, I don't know if that solves the full story, because you have what made the pact to begin with. Like, that's a separate sort of magic than what the spirit reveal would be.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of even do that in Silent Hill in the movies, even though they like she revealed what the darkness was and all that kind of stuff. They still continued the story in the second one where they were still bringing her back there, because it wasn't just like what they did. They in a sense created or called forth a demon, and I think that's kind of what they did here. So when she kept having to go back, like they brought the girl back, even though, you know, she had already kind of resolved what it was, or her whole trauma, the evil that was created from that did not go away.
Is it just me? I'm so scared.
What do you mean?
That it's just gonna suck in the end.
It
Like,
is. I
really
actually have
suck.
a lot of hope for it.
I do too, and that's why. But I just feel like my hope has been shattered before.
That could be Debbie. Eloise, we don't know for a fact. We haven't seen like the full kind of like her death scene in the same regards as we've seen Miranda's. So yeah, she could be hiding somewhere. She could be a story walker and possibly in her own right. Maybe, I don't know, depending on how that works. All kinds of different things. She could be running around the cave somewhere. Who knows? She could be. She could be the one growing the vegetables. It's possible. There's all kinds of possibilities still on the table. But yeah. And then who do we think? Yeah, I didn't think Elgin's gonna make it that long, but I mean, who knows? They may not be done with him. I mean, he did serve his purpose, and they let Sarah survive, so maybe he'll get to survive too and be healed up from his wounds. I mean, I don't. He's not going to have his eyes not coming back. I can't see that coming back. But
he could be a Father Khatri type person through the season, just appearing to someone.
Touché, James.
That is, and they show, yeah, that's true, because it, you know, he could still have the hand and stuff like that. That is true.
James.
Oh, but you know who I think we didn't see, or that I didn't notice in any pictures, and I could be wrong because I'm still catching up to all the stuff they're just kind of putting out. Did we see Jim in anything, or did I have to go back and look at that? I didn't pay attention, but I don't remember seeing Jim.
She's like, Jim wasn't in there. No, he wasn't in there.
And they made sure to show Elgin, but not Jim. So it's that almost would make you think it confirms that Jim, there's no going back for him.
Or they're just keeping it a secret whether we're going to see.
Yeah. Maybe they're keeping it a secret.
No, all the secrecy.
Secret.
Oh, the mystery, right? Oh, we love the mystery. All right, so place your bets, folks. Is Jim or is he not returning this next season? And I didn't say how he was returning, but do you think we'll see Jim in any?
Maybe that deserves a poll.
Oh God, I have to open up the YouTube thing.
Damn it, I don't know how to do it, or I do it myself.
Hang on, I have to do it. I got to remember how to do this. This might take a second.
I feel like we haven't done a poll in a minute.
So, hang on. I got to find my stream. Stand by. Or you guys talk about some more theories while I set up. And I guess the poll's going to be what? Will we see Jim
Yeah,
return
will
this
Jim return
season?
in some capacity?
Yeah, I think he will in some capacity.
I do too.
You know, it could be simply just Julie hitting a different point in the story where he was alive or something, but
Yep.
or it could be something like a Father Khatri. I actually don't think he survives though.
No, I don't either. No, he's dead. I don't know how you would survive that throat rip.
Because I'm kind of
Lost
still
some
on board.
parts.
I'm still on board with Julie being able to see the story, but not being able to change it.
I'm 50-50 because I'm like, we're telling like this current story. So I wouldn't be surprised if they make our current Julie different somehow to progress the story in some way. Like if it's got an end goal, it has to come to an end. Who better than our Julie being able to change, being the one to change this, even though Ethan said you couldn't.
Yeah, I guess that I believe the story needs to be changed by Tabitha and Jade in the whatever
Okay.
present it is that they change it, not anything in the past. So, like, I don't think Julie needs or can change anything to make
Gotcha.
stuff different. Like the thing they need to do is in the present time, whatever that may be.
Okay. How do you possibly think they could change it?
That's a good question.
Are they going to have to go back in time somehow to change it? Or are they
No,
going to have to do something in present day to change it?
that's what I'm thinking. Something in present day. I just don't know what that is and how they would do it, but I don't think they have to go back in time to do it or anything like that.
Okay. And then where do you think Boyd would fit in?
Because I don't think they fix it in the sense it never happened. They fix it in the sense that the curse is over and the kids finally get to rest in peace, or something like that.
But in the end, do you think that defeats the entity, or that defeats one thing the entity did and now we have to go on further to stop it?
Well, if they break out of the cycle, if they're able to save the kids and break out of the cycle, maybe they're just simply free and maybe nobody else is getting caught up in it. But I don't think they'll defeat whatever it is. I think they'll break out of the cycle. That'll be the winning game, not killing or defeating or, anything like whatever this is. It'll still be around. They just got to break out of its grasp, per se.
Okay. And then where does the entity fit into all that? Or do you think it really doesn't matter?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll ever be explained,
Like I said, they do something similar in Silent Hill. They kind of break the cycle or reveal the truth of what the people did to the little girl. And she kind of goes back like to the real world or whatever. But then she's called back and they kind of reveal a darker side to the world, sort of worshiping this like a demon, basically. And how that world continued.
So
Because
do
of what
you
they
possibly
did.
think that the current story we're being told is only a part of the story, and if this comes to an end, they could bring From back in some capacity and tell the story of the entity?
Whatever they made a pact with is real. The same way that even in Silent Hill, the demon was real. What they did caused them to sort of connect or invoke that said demon. Same way in here, what they did was make a pact with whatever the entity is. That entity's real, it seems like, regardless of the curse or whatever is going on with this particular continuation. Because it's weird. Like, he promised them immortality, but they don't really, I mean, That's a hell of a trade. You sacrifice your children just so you could come out at night and possibly kill people.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I mean, I'm not sure how they're really going to fully develop that, or if we're going to get more or less, or if they're going to just make the man in yellow kind of the one that made the deal with them. I don't know, because they're doing a little bit of fuckery with the story, so I'm not sure. But I mean, it seems as if something happened and that the trees and like all that kind of stuff, that didn't happen until after the sacrifice. They've made it clear there was a pact with a being. They had to give something up for something. They gave up their children. And in doing so, the children and their suffering or whatever created the trees. And that's why, you know, when you see the symbol too, it's kind of bloody. Well, I mean, that does make sense too, because the children were deleted and we don't know to what extent they were sacrificed. Like how that sacrifice fully went down. They kind of give us this story about it, but it's not like they really tell, like they're on these slabs. Okay, but like, what did this monster just, like, I don't know, right? So there's a lot of still little holes there that we don't know the pieces to, but they've kind of laid out a foundation to the story. And we're still missing a few corner pieces, I think.
So are the kids real?
Real as in like once upon a time they were real, or like still real to this day?
The ones that Tabitha sees, the ones that I guess Jade sees, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Are they real or just something in their head?
They're real spirits.
Well, okay. Are they like the monsters real?
No.
Okay.
Not anymore. In my opinion, not anymore.
That's a good question. I haven't thought about that.
The children seem to be broken.
I don't think they're real as in the sense of physical, actual beings. I think they are spirits of some kind. But
Mm-hmm.
what maybe Tabitha saw in the tunnel, almost maybe, okay, their form of what kind of Julie's doing, like they're still might be trapped down in the tunnel, and when we see the kids come out and see Tabitha, it's a form of their like a spirit version or something kind of like what Julie's doing to be able to come out and try to communicate with her, because the kid or whatever was in the tunnel was much more feral, and
Well, and I
the
think that was
kids that
another just like vision of them.
you think okay.
I don't think they're really down there anymore. Get it? I think it's all visions for them to remember what happened to them.
Right. Okay. So that brings up another question. The feral, the kid trapped like in a cage kind of down there where the stones were, right? Down in the caves, right? Where the monsters are.
Right.
At what point did the entity take the kids? Did they take the kids when they were that age that they were laying on the rocks?
Yes.
And they only kept them a few days? Or how long did they keep them caged up? Like, did they actually take them at birth or anything like that? Is it that complex?
It seems the way they told it was that when they sacrificed them, it seemed as if when they were on the slabs is when the sacrifice took place. And so I'm assuming them being feral is after they were sacrificed, because they poured their sort of good
Why would a
essence, their
spirit
hope.
be feral and caged up?
so they could again remember what happened. I don't know. I'm
Well, if
assuming
they're
what happened
remembering
to
what
them
happened,
because
is
like
that
if they
should be
poured
what
their
happened.
hopes and their goodness, sort of their good essence into the roots of the tree, so you would have two sort of entities, right? They did this in Silent Hill. They had the girl that was in the real world and the goodness, they called her the goodness, and then you had the darker version of herself that was left in Silent Hill, sort of trapped there. And she was this twisted version mixed in with the demon. So if the kids poured in their hope and the trees and all that is sort of like their child essence, their innocence kind of thing, what would be left of them would be sort of this hollow feral shell. And maybe they had to place them in there. And then if you look at the kids too, they have the veins popping like the monsters. So I have a feeling like, I don't know if the people or the townspeople or the original parents were created into monsters in that moment, or if maybe even the children that get trapped there get turned into the monsters. I don't know. It's weird the way they're depicting the children, the feral children, and the monsters, and even Martin to a degree, where they're showing like they're kind of like the claws that the monsters have, the way their fingernails are, is almost identical to the way the kids look, and Martin and his nails. And then the kids also have that weird vein sort of action going on, which is weird for a spirit to have. Like, because usually, however you see a spirit is sort of indicating sort of that particular moment of whatever's going on with them. But I don't understand why the monsters would have that and the kids also have that unless there's a further connection there. I don't know. I've been contemplating on it. I'm not still sure where I fully sit with it either. What else? You got anything else, James? I'm sorry.
No. I'm anxiously awaiting your clip.
I know. I'm trying to make
Right.
sure we have fully covered everything because I'm scared of all things. But I guess now is no better time. And
Right. It's a great clip.
We'll find out.
We don't know. It's like opening a book and starting from the middle, or
Right. I feel like we're always just we don't have the proper pieces, Dana. But we got all these little pieces here.
do.
All the pieces. Well, this is gonna be hard. I'm gonna have to count my head 7 seconds because it doesn't. Wait, no, it does kind of a little bit if I'm up on the cursor thing. All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
I would start counting 7 seconds when you really start getting to Julie. Your clips are short enough here that I don't think you're going to have a problem.
And we'll find out.
I can imagine what a jigsaw puzzle looks like when all you have is a few random pieces, right? And not even the helpful ones like corners or edges, just vague. Fucking.
All the vague shit, right? So they're just setting this up so we go through these clips. You just kind of understand, like, look, I'm going with the pieces that we got, and I wish they would give me just a few more corner pieces to these children and the cicadas.
Mm-hmm.
And the much connect. There's a few pieces that are missing. We just need to get those pieces, and then maybe it'll be okay. We're gonna get in so much trouble tonight, folks. Enjoy.
The trick is you find two pieces that connect. Then at least you have a place to start.
Indeed. And so we start with our pieces that may connect. Dana and James. And we'll see where we end up. Yeah.
We do.
I woke up. Something has been happening to me. I hear things in my head.
What kind of things?
What kind of things? Indeed. So again, before she comes to the spot, he's been hearing things. Let me see how she describes said things. Again, I kind of clipped another clip on top of a clip. We'll get through it.
I hear people screaming. and it won't stop. But yesterday, I was out here with Randall.
All right, so she's constantly hearing screaming. I believe Randall even describes something similar, whether it be the cicadas. He constantly is hearing something in his head as well that won't stop. I wonder if Marielle's feeling the same way. I think she is. She kind of seems to be keeping herself together a little bit better with it, but it's interesting. But she said when she's out here, and Randall also seemed to have an effect, like he knew there was something up with this place as well. And when the both of them are there together. But yeah, apparently when she gets here, the voices stop, Dana. At least while she's on the outside of it.
When I saw this place, everything went quiet. For the first time since I woke up.
So they were saved in a sense, but they're still sort of plagued with it, even though they're awake. So they never fully kind of left the nightmare of that place. Because again, it's not, we see that Randall is plagued still seeing the cicadas kind of haunting him.
Mm-hmm.
So again, this place, these ruins are there's so much extra with them that they have showed us. I can't wait till they reveal exactly fully what this place is, because it's more than just the cicada. It's more than the music box and the cicadas. I feel like there's more to it than just that.
Agreed.
Wait, Martin acts in there, and then again, it seemed as if whatever it is was almost gathering here. Because it seems the way Martin talked about it, as if they were coming back to this spot. Like this is where they... and I'm always curious how far away this is from the root cellar and or church. Because these particular structures are older than the diner and other things in the town.
Seems like some Italian architecture to me.
Well, of course.
Italian, them damn guineas.
Well, of course. But I mean, you know, some extra magical Italian power going on.
No, you're saying it wrong. It's Italians. It's
Well,
those damn
Dana,
Italians.
you know what? I never say anything right, do I? I mean, that is the vein of my
wrong.
goddamn existence.
I said it wrong.
It's Italians, folks.
Italian.
No, I'm just not going to speak at all anymore. God bless them all.
You know, but is it, you know, since it is a physical place, is it just that something happened there? Because we were talking about it like it's some kind of realm out of time or some shit. But is it really? Because it used to be a physical place. It looked like it's just ruins.
What made it ruins?
But is it really a place out of time or something, like I was kind of had in my head? I think it's...
Well, they get transported there. Her, Randall and Marielle, while they're still in the present day, and it's when the ruins are not ruined. And then Boyd goes back there with the torch, and so it kind of makes me think this place it's a little extra, even than some of the other places. So I don't know. Because even when Sarah was here, and we'll see that in a little bit, when she talks, she's kind of digging around trying to find the music box. She's like, I can hear them, I can hear everything. I can't see it. So she was hearing them. Oh God, I don't know how to explain. This is making my brain hurt, James. How do we explain the time fuckery here of the fact that they're in a place that seemingly is in the past, but yet they're physical form is in the present, and others can witness this place.
Right. That's why we were saying it. We're talking about it like it's a place within a realm of its own or something, but it's got a real structure here in the world. So, and it seems like they're going into the past.
Right.
So, it's like, what is it? How does this play out? And, it, because of the ruins or the way the stonework is and stuff, you would think this may go even all the way back to the first people that sacrificed the kids.
Right.
And is this where that happened? What happened here that makes this a special spot? It seems like it was something that happened in the original, however things played out. And, is it something to do with Native Americans or something like that? Any kind of that lore? Or did the people in their canoes just stumble upon this place and then couldn't escape and then had to deal with the entity from that point, ending up making a deal with him?
Well, and again, these structures, all right, so we think about like even the timeline perhaps of the children, were these structures built before or after the children were sacrificed? So the church, for instance, after the children were sacrificed and they were given immortality, the adults, did they begin to worship that entity more? So they built a church, they built this dungeon for the continuing of possible torture. We do see people in the dungeon, the skeletons that seem to have like a torture device on its head or something like that. Again, the suffering that fed the entity to begin with. If they're worshiping that, maybe that was another one of their places. And then we know the root cellar has its dark sort of past that's connected to the monsters or the adults. And I mean, I can only imagine if the children were born in that room or something, you know what I'm saying? Like each person bore their child there to be sacrificed. I don't know. It's all kinds of whacked out. But well, it said they were born in darkness and they were deleted in darkness.
The born in darkness thing to me, anyway, this is where my head went, has to do with them bringing in the whole pregnancy coming back and the kimono lady. What if all the children were, or maybe the moms were taken into the cellar? That's where they had the kid in darkness. The trap door the kids didn't get to live a normal life. The kimono lady took the children and took them down into the caves, and at a certain point they were sacrificed or something. I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
And it could be, which is why they take, now when you think about it with the curse of the music box, people are taken in a dungeon-like fashion and held there until, I guess, all the suffering. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they could have been held
little
down there.
things could really throw off a lot of our thinking, and a lot of, especially conspiracy theory thinkers, this happens to them where they take one of the initial pieces of information and twist it or gets it wrong, and then everything after that they're theorizing about is wrong, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what if they don't feed on fear, or they don't feed on suffering, or they don't feed on hope? That's not actually something that happens. That kind of throws a lot of our thinking off. So a lot of what we mentioned could be totally wrong, and that throws off a lot of our other thinking.
And that's why I clipped a lot of this. And like I said, I'm going to do my best with it to go through it and not mess up what they're actually saying with my stop and goes and such.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because we'll no, you're good. I'm saying that's why I went through it, because I knew like a lot of this hinders on what they say. And like you said, our brains will think we've heard, or this is what they said, or maybe we, trying to paraphrase it or remember how it was said, we say it in a different way, and then therefore we've now changed the entirety of what it is. So I was like, well, man, when I was kind of going through and trying to think of, well, what's a good theory to kind of talk about, or just a good kind of going ahead, something to think about. And I was something to do with what Julie sees in this particular place. and then what we're going to get to see with Boyd at this place, what we'll get to see with Jade, Tabitha, the children, and the monsters, and Fatima and her speech. There's just something to those pieces that I want to focus on going forward, I guess, because they were a lot of, to me, the story elements that were kind of things that were, I guess, more core story elements, or I thought they were more core story elements, and not just kind of like, well, I don't want to get too caught up in this that was said necessarily, but these were things that they were really talking about when it came to the children and the monsters and sort of how this place works. But again, this particular spot is all kinds of wackadoodle. I don't know. But there's something with this spot in particular. I'm sure we're going to go back to it. I don't think they're done with this spot. Especially with how she ends up asking Ethan, like, do you think I can go back? She's mentioned the caves. But just the fact that she was asking, do you think I can go back to one of these moments I went to during this, what she walks through here? And he was like, I think I can forget. We'll have to hear what he says. That's what I said. I clipped it. We're going to get in trouble, James. It is what it is. But we'll know what they said.
Yeah, it is what it is. I agree. Yeah.
I
like clips. I like clips, though.
I know. I do, too.
Especially if you put thought into it and you put the clips together to tell a
really
little
good.
story.
And I told
Yeah.
her I'm making her shorts from it.
Nice. I like it. Keep it going.
It sounds better, like, when you can hear it all the way through without me having to do all the bullshit fuckery.
Something like it wants me to go in here. And I don't know what to do. It's just a pile of rocks, right? So, what do I do?
Don't go, Julie. Don't go.
Right, it's calling out to her. I mean, it's just a pile of rocks, James. Right? And we're going to ask our kid brother, what shall we do? What is this moment here? In a story, as it were. She's going to ask.
What?
She's like, what the fuck?
Right? I know. She's all being
He's like
very
thrown off at first. He's like, You're actually asking me? Wait a second.
She's coming around to being it's a struggle for all of our characters. I think even Ethan is coming around to being a little bit more mature. And then again, From will, make you mature up real quick, whether you want to or not, or you don't make it.
But is that this sounds like those stories that you always tell us. If I was a character in one of those stories, what would I do?
No, yeah. So again, I could have probably cut some of this out, but there's just something about the way she's going to talk to him, and they kind of just describing, again, where she's at this point in time. And it was a very good sort of, I like it. It was the title of the episode as well. And I feel like it's still true of this moment where they are still kind of, whether it's her or Boyd, whoever the hero is, I feel like at this moment, all of them are sort of at this threshold right now of where their character, like, to really becoming what their character is supposed to be. But we'll see.
What would this be?
You're at a threshold. It's always scary, but the hero has to be brave.
Yeah, so again, we're going to go and see another scene of this particular spot. And perhaps, again, I don't know how to interpret everything that happens with Boyd here. But when we're talking about this place and how it gives you visions and it throws things off, it's very weird how he ends up here. And then again, he gets the rope and he also gets to see a little something on his way up. But this particular spot, I kind of have clipped along with when Julie goes and throws the rope. And again, you can't hear the other, but there's some time fluctuation here that's some fuckery. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. It's possible. But what Martin is saying to Boyd, and then when he's talking to Julie, I feel like there's just the time in between those conversations doesn't equal right or something. Or again, I'm just looking into it too much. But I don't trust Martin, so I threw it in there.
Hey. Hello? Hey, is anybody up there?
Are you real?
What?
Are you real?
Right. Oh,
What
and
the fuck? Wait a second. Are you real?
And again, don't we have a picture of perhaps this sort of deal from either Victor or his sister? A possible image where it looks like he's looking at somebody through a hole like this that could have looked like Boyd?
Possibly.
How would Victor have drawn that? Again, the fuckery, it never ends. I'm sorry. I just more things to contemplate on. When I watch through these clips, you'd be surprised
Well,
at how
how
much.
is his sister like drawing things? Victor drew the military dude, or the sister did. One of them did. So maybe it was more so this in the sister's drawings than Victor's drawings.
Maybe.
Because the sister had a lot of drawings of stuff that you're like, how the fuck did she see that?
Maybe.
Are you real?
Yeah. I'm real. Are you fucking real?
Best response
Right?
ever.
I mean, to be fair, I think he should still be asking that. I mean, I don't know about Martin. It's all kinds of sussy with him.
Wait a second. Am I real? Wait, are you real?
I mean, come on, y'all. Be honest. If you're chained to a wall in a cave, and suddenly a voice comes up out of a hole over yonder, you might ask if it's real. Am I hallucinating?
I know. I'm saying it's like the best interaction ever. You real? Wait. Am I real? Are you real? Hold
can't
up.
be
What's
too sure.
fucking real? What's
Right.
real?
I can help you if you help me.
Okay.
You promise?
Yeah, man. Anything you want, just please. Just get me out of here, man.
Right. Anything you need, Martin.
Okay. Is that anything, or am I looking too deep into this?
I don't know if it's anything yet, but we're gonna find out.
Because Martin said, "I can help you." How does he help him?
Exactly.
Does he bring in Julie?
Well, that's why we're gonna
build
look at
the
the
rope down?
scenes together. Julie's gonna come in scene in just a minute. And so you'll hear how he's telling him, I can't, I don't have a, he's telling him, in just a second, Mark's going to say, climb up. And he's like, I can't, I tried, or something like that. And we'll see. We'll find out.
You'll have to climb.
What? I can't. I can't. I just tried.
Wait.
All right, he says, wait. And then go a few seasons later, and we have Julie coming in now, and you'll hear him kind of say, wait. And because Julie kind of walks in right before Martin says, wait, when he's talking to Boyd. See, Doc says, deal-based magic. Yeah, Boyd made a deal, definitely. There were some dealings to be made there. But so this is when Julie comes in. And this is after, so when she first comes in, she hears the screaming and she sees all three of her, Randall, Marielle, and then she kind of like hunkers down and is freaking out. And then the screaming goes away and she's kind of walking into this scene.
Have to climb. What? Wait.
Now, You can clearly hear Boyd, right? You would think Julie would recognize the voice, but she didn't somehow. Weird. But she was panicking. I give her that much. But yeah, he says, wait. There's someone hither. Maybe I can ask her, because I know exactly who she is. And Martin's not sus at all. Right?
Yeah. Julie,
How do you know my name?
he needs the rope. Please.
Now, you notice how he told her please? And he said, did he say something like that to Boyd? He was like, it's good, you can kill me. Can you please kill me or something like that?
Maybe, but Julie appears and he says he needs the rope, please. Did he have anything to do with bringing in Julie, do you think?
Well, this place was calling out to her. It is possible that he is not what he appears to be. But I'm not sure. I would like to say yes to that because I think he's sus. Because if you think about it, if he is the baddie in some version, and he needed to get the cicadas or the worms into Boyd, he needed Boyd to get up out of there.
He sure did.
But he wasn't able to because Boyd was unable to climb. But Julie was there to throw the rope down to him.
And that's what made me think about the music box, because I still feel it was way too easy for Boyd to destroy that music box. They really didn't put their full energy and effort into stopping him, if that really did solve the cicada problem. I think that the music box might have actually been what was locking something away, and that it needed to be destroyed to fully release whatever is going to be the next phases of what they're going through.
Maybe.
And I'm still kind of on the fence with that, because I just can't, like, seriously, she's like, oh yeah, don't destroy the music box. Oh no, please don't. Like, I mean, if this was really something that could stop something that was going to happen, don't you think they would have tried a little harder, or is it just me?
Well, I mean, I think they did. That's why Abby was there in the first place, to pull at
Good
his
one, Doc.
heartstrings. On top of the fact that Sarah, and we'll hear that in a little bit, says she can hear it or them, or we'll hear how she phrases it. And that it wanted them to suffer, and that it's killing them, and that when they die, it's too late. She said you have to stop the music box. And I imagine, again, if I'm going with this weird theory that I have, that the forest is now kind of linked with the children, and that Abby says that it's your hope that feeds the forest, not your fear. But the monsters are not in the forest, they're in the caves below the town. They feed on suffering. And I think that's what the baddie that took the children, he did not, the way they depicted it, it's not as if he was drinking of their hopes. It was as if he was taking them as a sacrifice, so it would be their suffering that he would devour. No? But the forest would feed on hope. And of course, Abby would try to manipulate that as a bad thing to Boyd. But a lot of the things that Boyd got to save the town came from the forest. The talismans, the vegetables that they found in the settlement that was just wildly out in the forest, all of the animals, the dog and stuff out in the forest that's kind of leading Boyd. The boy in white is in the forest. Like, yeah, I'm not saying there's not bad elements at play kind of wandering the forest per se, but I don't know. There's something to the fact that all of the things that they're saying, there's just something to it. But I haven't quite put all the pieces together right. But we'll keep listening and see. All right, let's see. Hang on. Doc says, does this show make anyone else think of a twisted once upon a time? Magic always comes with a price theory. Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
I love that show, by the way.
Who is that?
So again, we know this happens, and she's physically touching the rope, but yet her body is not there. I don't know. That's an interesting little, again, watching forward how that's going to work out. Now, is it just, again, I don't know, because if it's her body's not transporting, I don't know if it's just because it's this spot. Like, we've never seen someone's physical body here and be transported into this place. Even Boyd, he was transported through the faraway tree, but nobody was outside to see if his body was just sort of laid out there having a seizure in the same way that oh my god, how did I just forget her name?
Julie,
thank you. In the
You're
same way
welcome.
Julie was laid out. So, I don't know. You know, different ways, I guess. I don't know. Well, she went back into, well, he did too. He went through all the fuckery. Yeah, we'll just keep watching. Maybe it'll work itself out.
Hey,
You have to hurry. He'll be back soon.
okay.
And see, he says that to Julie, I think, too, like, you have to go. What did he say to her? We assumed he was talking to Boyd.
Who is that?
Oh, wait, I guess I'll hear it in a second. Hang on. I'm pretty sure I clipped both of them together. Sorry.
Hey,
You have to hurry. He'll be back soon.
okay. All right. Okay. Hey,
You have to hurry. He'll be back soon.
Sorry.
okay.
Thank you.
Who's he?
Who is he? Or did he say he will or they will? Let me go back. There's a lot of...
I thought he said he.
You have to hurry. He'll be back soon.
No, he'll be back soon.
Thank you.
Who's down there?
Yeah, who is he? So is that supposed to be the man in yellow?
I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind, but I mean, it's almost like who else would you be talking about?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to leave. It isn't safe here. Go!
And then Martin's just... He's gone. And then she ventures off into the caves.
Right. Which, again, if we think Martin is sus, put it in the aspect of Martin brought Boyd there to do what he did. He brought Julie there to do what she did. And he possibly even sent Julie where she went at this point.
Possibly.
Who is Martin then, you know? He is sus.
Yeah. I don't know who he is, but I don't appreciate him at all. And what is up, Fletcher? And what's up, Carl? We've been going through some things. We have been talking all kinds of From tonight, man. And we're now getting in a little trouble because I'm showing clips. But I guess recap, we went into some thoughts about pretty much everybody going forward. But I focused on a lot to do with, and we're still kind of getting into it a little bit more, but the kids or the children, the night walkers or whatever, skin walkers, whatever we will call them, or monsters, the tree, the symbol, and all of the things in between with Tabitha, Julie, Jade, and the music box, the cicadas, maybe what all of this may mean, and how it's all connected. And sort of my take on the what From is kind of going forward. We've all been kind of talking about what we think on a lot of these things. We went over the pictures. We kind of showed those off that you put in the Discord. We talked about the posts that they have out. It shows a lot of our cast, with Elgin still being one of the cast members. What else? I think that's a good
summary. Yes.
To a degree, right? So yeah, so one thing I talked about too was the forest and how I think because, and again, we'll hear some of these clips and towards halfway or so it starts to get into the children a little bit more. But I think with the talking about the children pouring their hopes into the roots that created the symbol, that created the tree, that the forest may not be as bad. It may be more part of the children and even the trees altogether, especially you're talking about like being temperamental. That does sound like a child throwing a tantrum or maybe not liking something, or even the fact that they are trying to show people what happened to them or send people in certain directions. It does kind of seem childlike. So I could see the forest being there for as part of the kids more than the baddie. And whether it's they're trying to help the townies or show the townies what's going on. That's kind of where the forest lies. I think the monsters, again, only come out at night per se because of the fact of what they did. It sort of sealed them into being, I'm assuming that when they sacrificed their children, they did it. I'm going to assume they did it at night because it said that the children were, I believe, murdered or deleted in darkness. So I'm going to assume nighttime, but that's just me. So that's kind of why they can only come out. They can only come out in darkness. So nighttimey, and that's why we, I believe, only see the children during the day. Because again, their sort of essence, I think, or the goodness kind of comes out during the day, and then the monsters or the nightmares come out at night. And I think, yeah. So we're just going through some clips. Lottie teaming with Sarah, right? Need Lottie in front. Well, you never know. She may show up. All right, so we're going to continue forth. Yeah, I just don't like Martin, so I added this.
I wasn't sure you would. It's such a long climb.
Oh, does Martin make you feel sorry for him, Dana?
Nope. Not even a little bit.
Yeah, you might be onto something there with that as well. So they got to get to the faraway tree at nighttime. Daytime gets you to the lighthouse. Nighttime to the tower when the kids are locked. Okay, I could see something like that. That's very plausible.
We don't have much time.
Again, Miranda depicted this, not Martin and Boyd, but this sort of like viewpoint of this. So not from coming up out of the hole, but from walking into this place. Now, again, and those are in her pictures prior to her entry into From down in Henry's basement. So again, going back to this particular place, if Miranda was seeing things that were sort of from the beginning, again, this place has a lot more going on with it than I think meets the eye. I just can't quite put my finger on where, in regards to the children and the monsters and or parents of the children, this place particularly falls. Other than maybe after they've done sacrifice people, like I said, this is before they turn full monster. Maybe this is, if it was only two people, I could say this is where they put Tabitha and Jade before they passed. But they're doing three, so it throws it off a little bit. See, I don't know how all the people from Tabitha got further than Miranda when Miranda made drawings of stuff we haven't even saw yet. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. We don't know if Miranda put two and two together that she was. Well, I guess she did. She said she was. So yeah, Miranda definitely made it a little bit further. Tabitha's not done yet, so we'll see how far Tabitha truly gets. So no, I don't know if Tabitha. I guess you're right, Tab. I don't think Tabitha necessarily got further than Miranda. Just, I guess it appeared so, only because she's still going. But we'll have to see. Maybe she will make it past Miranda. We know she made it to the lighthouse. Which, see, she went through the faraway tree, and like you said, maybe she's supposed to go at night.
Do you think
that's the part she
Miranda
got wrong?
could Miranda have visited here prior because of the bottle tree in the park that we never saw or anything
Possibly.
like that?
I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know for sure if I would say yes to that, but I wouldn't say if someone brought it, like as your theory or something, I wouldn't say no to it. It's possible.
I'm not
She knows so much.
If I'm not mistaken, which I very well could be, I think she came in the same time as the Peach truck.
Possibly, because it seemed like the Peach truck and Victor kind of go hand in hand, maybe? I don't know. I can't remember on that one. And I'm assuming that Jade or Tabitha have to be the ones to remember and fulfill or complete what they didn't complete in the first cycle, in the original cycle. And that's probably why things sort of reset to a degree, was because Miranda and Christopher, they died, and so it reset. I'm assuming that's where my brain goes with that. My peach truck, why was there peach cans inside the secret room on the root cellar? When we see Elgin and Fatima entering, you see old peach cans. Yeah, and we know the peaches have been around, so if this place has been used during Victor's original time there, and something like this happened, I don't know if he ever had Victor's kind of not fully revealed everything from his time because he even doesn't remember everything. So we'll have to wait and see if Victor reveals anything else as far as maybe someone was taken in that back room for the peach cans who have ended up in there, maybe like Christopher or somebody else like an Elgin during Victor's original arrival and stuff like that. That stuff's still kind of a mystery. I don't know if they're just leaving them in there just to mess with us or how they're kind of working that. it'd be curious to see if Victor and his sister actually know what's behind the cubby, but don't know the full extent to like its lore, but have been back there maybe when they were younger, because they were hiding from the monsters, and maybe they went back there as like maybe he does know there's something more back there. Well, he can't remember now, right? Because he's still been trying to remember the stuff with him and his sister. But we know like she used to play hide and seek. So it's possible that could have been one of their hiding spots or something, you know. There's still a lot of possibilities of how or why the peach cans could have ended up in that back room without us knowing fully Victor's timeline or events and who knows what from his time. Yeah, and that corpse, whoever that corpse is, and I don't know if that was Christopher or not because we don't know who that is, right?
Very true.
Yeah, I don't know. They could have locked him in there, or that maybe someone. I'm trying to think, they got locked in there by accident, or if again something to do with what's going on here trapped him in there or something. I don't know. Like I don't know. Hypothetical. It was Christopher. Christopher went crazy or something, and so somehow I don't know. Victor or the boy in white together trapped him in there. I don't know. I'd probably not likely that, but just trying to throw out some reasoning. See, so when Miranda left Victor and Eloise on the root cellar, there was someone locked inside the secret room. The one that ends up turning into corpse that we see in season 3. Yeah, it's definitely possible.
I'll be right back. I just have to let Nico out.
No worries. See, but his mind state was what it is. I think the corpse is Martin's physical body. Town people locked him due to the worms. And his mind state was what attacked Boyd when Boyd met Martin. Like we saw Julie / Randall and Marielle, that was their mind state. It definitely could be. Definitely could be.
Is that a gun?
Yeah.
Oh, my eyes, they're not what they used to be.
Oh, yeah, he what they used to be, but you could see that was Julie. Right? I mean, he was kind of questioning it, but it's as if he was like, "Oh, is that you, Julie?" But he can't. I can't tell what you got in your hand or who you are. I just don't trust him. I don't like Martin.
It's good that you have a gun. That'll make it easy.
Make what easy?
Well, the thing that he's going to ask you to do, so you'll be all like, "Oh, poor Martin." Well, I mean, it is curious. He does have the worms in him, so we don't know if that does anything. It seemed as if when Boyd, we don't know if he got bit by the spiders or when he takes on these, it seems as if his, what was it, Parkinson's or whatever kind of gets cured up. And then when he gets rid of them, he kind of goes back to having those ailments. And again, as soon as Martin gives them up, he does seem to pass away. So one could say like he's not truly like really surviving, but more like whatever that is inside of him is keeping him alive, maybe. And one could even say that they are feeding on his suffering. He does seem to be suffering, so maybe the cicadas are feeding on the fact that he's sitting here suffering and not able to pass away, but continue to sit here and suffer in this dungeon forever, eternity, until it's ready to move on to its next victim. Maybe? I don't know.
You're gonna kill me.
When we went to those ruins, when I walked inside, I didn't just have a dream. I think I went somewhere.
And she's saying that it's more than a dream, that she actually went somewhere. So again, it's like astral projecting, perhaps. Even though her body, or I guess her physical self, doesn't seem to be there, but yet she physically was there. Interesting.
What do you mean?
When we went to the ruins, suddenly I was in a chamber. And I saw me and Randall and Marielle chained to the wall.
What were you doing?
Right. So again, she's able to see herself, but again, how they're going to work those rules out, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Lots of clips, lots of conversations that I thought were interesting.
We were screaming. I think that's where we were when we couldn't wake up. But then I left the chamber and I went into...
And you're like, you kind of see it, like it's when she opens the door here, there's like a half a second of light. You kind of see like it's, and it's weird, right? Because when Boyd goes through this door, it's goes to the outside. Now I don't know if it's because whatever this is that she's doing changes it, so she opens the door, and again she says it's more than a dream. But if she's able to open the door and go into a different place, one could say that is like a dream. Because isn't that how you could say if you lucid dream, you kind of open a door, go through a window in order to kind of go from one dream to the next? So again, I don't know. Does that mean that this place was... I mean, it doesn't seem like it's connected to the caves underground right now, because it seems like this is pretty topside. But she goes through the door and ends up in the caves. So how does that compute with the rules of her story walking, dream walking, astral projection self? Any thoughts? Nothing. I got nothing for you. What this shit? I give up, folks. What do you guys think? I'll just read the chat.
I mean, you know, it's almost got to be astral type, projection type thinking. She left her body. She can touch stuff, but that's, you know, that's just, you shouldn't ask those questions, probably.
But then how are the caves? Like she's walking through the door into the cave. Like you almost kind of see the caves through the doorway. That seems more like dream walking. So I don't know if they're just not wanting. I'm thinking I might be looking too much in. I don't know.
If she's a story walker, she can walk into another part of the story within a story. And that's why I'm thinking even maybe at this point, because she don't know what she's doing, Martin brought her there and sent her to where she's going even. But why?
Right, because when she walks through here, this is the point when she is going to see her mom and Victor, right after her mom falls through the hole. And it's, again, she's not necessarily having any control over this. It's not as if she's particularly picking any of these moments. I mean, I understand why it showed her these moments here, because she's attached to this place, and then of course they wanted to show us the rope. But why is it while she's here she's able to traverse to the caves? Like she didn't intend to go to the caves. What is how you know that's
Martin.
And why
He's sus.
He is sus, but why would he want to show her that? I just don't understand it. It's a mystery.
It's because our brains are just too weak and small.
Right. Sorry, and we were just saying, like, I was showing how she's here, she's talked to Martin, and Martin disappears, and she gets ready. She's talking to Ethan about how she goes through the corridor or the doorway here, back, and it enters her into the caves. And even when she opens the door, you kind of see the caves a little bit, just around her. So when we talk about how her story walk-in works, or whatever we want to call it, and I'm trying to think in astral projection, like if you were to walk through a door, is it the same as like in a dream where you walk through a doorway and you can enter another dream?
It depends. It depends on what form of astral projection you're talking about. Because
Okay.
there's different forms and there's different levels of astral projection. Depending on how powerful you are and how, like anything. Yes, because think of it like Charmed. Like how her
Yeah.
kind of astral projection, she was able to unlock more, do more, the more she used it, the more she practiced with it. That's a form of astral projection. You have a form of astral projection that you can literally just be a witness. You can't interact with anything, you can't touch anything, you can't, like, there you can literally just like witness stuff if you want. Now, is time travel attached to it? Possibly. Like I said, there's so many different variations and so many different versions depending on what pagan religion you're looking at, what for, like, so astral projection can be many different variations. There is not one single form of astral projection, but the basis is your spirit, or a different part of, you're able to copy yourself or mirror yourself and put that somewhere else out of your physical form. But your physical form is always planted somewhere. There is no form of astral projection where it's your physical form. That's considered something else. But if you're astral projecting a copy of yourself, your spirit, your soul, however you want to look at it, it goes somewhere else while your physical form stays anchored somewhere.
Okay. And when you were saying to like the different, just how we were just using astral projection as one of the things that it could be, and how you were saying like maybe some of the weaker forms that they can they interact to a degree but not fully, like they don't move objects but maybe they kind of interact or can witness and see things depending on how strong they are. Is it possible that, like, okay, this place, again, taking this particular spot out of the equation of what she's able to do right now, like we see her, a future version of herself that may be more powerful, able to interact with her dad. But is it possible that in her journey, like this spot is kind of heightened, so I think it allows her to kind of see the potential of what she can do when, if she was not in this spot, I don't know if she could walk through places in the same manner she is in this particular location. So is it possible her learning after this, now that she's kind of sees what she could do, is it possible that some of the things that we saw back in the first couple seasons where there's weird electrical phenomenons and stuff, maybe not the music box per se, but when the lights would flicker during certain things that were being said, is it possible that could be Julie?
Yes.
It's plausible.
It could, depending on how they're describing what her spirit walking, story walking actually is. Yes, in the beginning stages, this could be a fluke what happens here, or somebody could be enhancing her power right here. So when she goes back herself to try to do this exact thing, could she be too weak to do what she did here? Yes, and all she could do is flicker on a jukebox and like rustle the lights to see if she could get somebody's attention. Possibly.
And I'm curious to see how far that's going to go as we continue forth, knowing some of the
It's just
things that
gonna
we've seen
depend.
that can't be explained
It's
from the
gonna
past
depend how they
seasons.
explain it.
Right. Because they never really explained some of those fluctuations. Like, they were so random and weird, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But could it be Julie? That uh, if they wanted to make it Julie, they could. But in from what I learned about astral projection and just you know my studies of Wicca and stuff, yes, it is a possibility that she is at a weaker state of her astral projection and not being able to hone it just yet or harness it just yet. So her interactions with things are at a minimal, if not at all.
Right. And like this spot is just a particular hot spot. Kind of like now on Charmed when they went to the purgatory type place and it showed them the
Hmm.
potential of their powers because they just happen to
Hmm.
be at a particular hot spot, we'll call it. Um and this place is particular, it's hot with activity because so many people have now kind of interacted with this spot, and we know Miranda has seen it depicted before she even entered.
Hmm.
Um, so it's more than just a music box, I think, in the cicadas. Um, but I'm not. Again, I don't know for sure. Just what I think.
Well, we do know that as far as her level of knowing how to or learning how to story walk, um, given that her appearance was at least several months, if not a year into the future, that
Hmm.
her dad died. She knew that, and she wasn't able to find that moment in the story again until several months later, or learn how to several months to a year later. So,
Yeah.
um, that's coming where
Mm-hmm.
she's honing it. And is someone teaching her, or does she keep
Exactly.
doing it enough to figure it out on her own, kind of thing?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Because she even says something like maybe she can go back and save Tian Chen or even her brother, and then of course, um, Ethan says, you can't do that. Once the story's set, it's sort of set. But then she does the rope, and again, even though Ethan is saying what he's saying, we don't know if they're going to completely follow the rules that Ethan's going with because they kind of give us a little bit to say it could be counter to the way Ethan says it, or they might be following the way Ethan's rules are. We're not really too sure yet how much she is able to change because, of course, she didn't change what happened to her dad, but she does kind of lead us to believe, like you said, Jane, like she was still learning it, still trying to figure it out. Like she kind of was trying to say, I think this is the moment or something like that. Um, So who knows what she might be able to change things? Who knows? Um, Again, that makes you wonder about a lot of the weird sort of mystery things that have happened. Was she able to, like, for instance, when the house collapsed on her dad and the bartender and everybody else, why did they not go after Jim? Did she go back and was she able to save him then, but not able to save him later? Or is it just it was what it was and they decided not to take Jim at that moment? Um, I don't know. I start questioning a lot of those weird moments now that we know that there are people able to kind of traverse possibly back in the story. Anything to add before I continue forth?
No,
Speak now, if you ever hold your peace. All right.
continue forth.
Chamber, and I went into the tunnels. I heard Mom's voice, and she was talking to Victor. Remember how she said that Victor was someone who helped her find her way out of the tunnels that night when the house fell down? I think that's what I heard.
She was there. That's weird. again, why did she traverse into that moment? Again, it's why would the caves be connected to that ruins in this particular fashion? For her to story walk or whatever into this moment, which she doesn't seem to do anything. It's just kind of like she hears them, but it's not like she walks into them. So, I don't know. Is it just so we can just show us as viewers, hey, look, she can traverse to all these different time points, but they're not giving us a clear set of rules? Or is it, no, she's going through these time periods and they are connected for something they're trying to show us? I don't know. There's something there. Again, I feel like Jade, season 3, when he's losing his mind, I do feel that a lot when I went through all this.
Right.
Anything, James? You're good. You're just chilling and taking it all in.
Taking it all in. Yep. Is that
Absorbing it all?
Oh, there's more. I was about to ask, is it over?
Oh no, there's so much more.
Oh my goodness, I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
I'm in so much trouble tonight, James.
No, I think you're doing good.
Like I somehow went back to that night.
You're a story walker.
What?
All right, so we're going to get to kind of tell us how this works a little bit. And again, she's able to interact. So it's not, at this point anyway, she's able to interact. And again, it's so weird. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going.
Someone who can visit chapters of the story that already happened.
What? So if I go back to those ruins, do you think I can do it again?
Do we think she could go back? She seems to want to feel like she might be able to go back and traverse things and possibly change things.
Possibly, but that just might be where she has to start.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the only place or only way for her to do what she does. But as of right now, she's connecting it to that place. So until she learns whether that's the case or not, yeah, it most likely will be, she'll be able to trigger it and use it. And possibly more than just the ruins after she does it for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Why?
What if this is real?
Right, if this is real. And then we throw that out very loosely when we talk about From, because what is real? I mean, he seems pretty real, Dana, but yet, he kind of pops up out of nowhere. So, poor Jim. It's going to get real bad for Jim here in just a minute. A disclaimer for all those out there. Poor Jim he doesn't make it. At least not as far as what we're about to see.
Nope.
Wait, what? Jim dies?
Well, I mean, this Jim in this part of the timeline does.
I must have looked away.
No, I mean, Julie may figure it out, and we get to relive this moment again. And she stops Dad before he gets to the trailer or the RV.
She can't change it. I think it goes back to that time movie maybe Dana was talking about, where no matter what you do, even if you do change something, whatever you're trying to change will still happen no matter what.
Exactly. Like, is the outcome fixed? If it's a fixed moment in time, no matter what you do, you might be able to prolong it. You might be able to change when it happens, or even, because then that reminds me of the Terminator. Like, no, you didn't stop anything. You put it off another 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, the apocalypse is always meant to happen. You stopped it at that moment. You didn't stop it from happening.
Because it'll really be crazy. It's a good rule to have in the story, because it would make it much more complicated, not just for us fans or the story, but for production, for Julie to go back in time, change something, and that ripple of events. Then once she gets back to the future or wherever she come from, shit's different. A lot of shit has changed because she changed something in the past. Because when you change something in the past, everything past that point is now a new future.
Right. And like I said, if Julie was trying to communicate to, say, her mom at one point, like when she was trying to figure out the power and stuff that led her to dig the hole, that could be why our dude. I mean, I don't know if it seemed as if he was coming after Jim, but still, I get confused about the scene sometimes to know exactly who he was. Because she comes up, but she's all messed up and scratched up in the face and stuff. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I guess he was there for Jim all along, but
Yeah, I totally think he was there for Jim, and that's, it had already happened, and she's story walked back to that moment.
That's right.
To try to stop it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, there's so many pieces. But now, I don't know. I'm curious to see if she does get to go back and, like, maybe her interaction does cause them to do something, or, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think, because even when they did the stuff with the radio, it didn't really yeah, they kind of noticed it and they were kind of like, what the fuck? But it never, trying to think if it ever caused them to actually do something. I know it did at one point to get Mom to start banging on the walls and try to figure out where the power came from, because it kept flickering. It was irritating her. But I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I mean, of course, I don't think that she went back and did the celebration thing for Kenny. Yeah, that was all kinds of extra jukebox fun. Poor Kenny. I think that was just this, again, and it does those things to him as well. It almost, because it loves to see them suffer.
Yes, it does.
Change things. I can save tension. Maybe I can even save Thomas.
It doesn't work like that.
But you
can visit the chapters, but you can't change them.
As she saw here. At least up until this point, till she figures it out. But yeah, that's sad. Because she does talk to her brother about it, and then we kind of see it happen according to his rules. So one would think then that anything that she does, if she does anything, it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's part of the story. It's a paradox sometimes, like the rope thing, but still part of the story. So she can't change anything. She might be a part of the story, but it is the story. And it's something to say, hey, I'm going to go try to help my dad. And when she knows she can't change the story, only knowing that, oh, I'm going to go back and actually be there and watch my dad die. That's going to be great. That's not going to be traumatic or anything.
Right.
Hey, that won't fuck with me. Emotional damage. We need to get that clip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, they did, what was it? Robert was telling us the rope, her doing the rope was kind of extra added in for us. So I don't know if they're going to do that ever again. Like, that might just be a one-off where she interacted in that way, to where she had an actual effect on something. I don't know if that's going to be something they continue, or again, it was just, all right, we'll throw it in there, but we're not going to do this too. Because again, you do that too often, then like you say, you got to be careful with the cause and effect of those.
Yeah. So that things. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. They may not do it that way anymore.
Right. They'll just stick to the fact that she's more supposed to just go back and witness things, I guess. I mean, what is like he said, you're able to go back and witness, but you're not able to change. So then what is the purpose of a story walker, able to visit chapters, but you can't change them, then I
Right.
guess it's just for her to see what happens. But
Yeah,
then why send
and
her back randomly?
Well, I don't think it'll end up being randomly. I think she'll end up working with her mother and Jade to figure it out, whatever it
Mhm.
is, remember. And, the perfect way to do that is, oh, my daughter's story walks. You can just kind of go into a trance and go back to the moment of the sacrifice or the moment of this or that and see what happened. And then tell us when she wakes up.
Do you think she'll use the drawings?
Possibly.
Like it. All right, see what else we got.
She goes back to Miranda and tells her about things, and that's how Miranda's able to draw the paintings. Interesting.
Maybe, who knows?
You're on fire tonight, James. You're on fire.
No one can change a story once it's been told.
Dad! Dad!
But see, again, he's in the cave, or not the caves, the ruins, going up the rope that Martin has so generously assisted to a degree in helping him up with. And why did he see, again, why is the boy now seeing a weird, like, one would say he was already in like a pitfall and he was climbing out of the pitfall. So again, is Martin the good guy or the bad guy? Because one could say like this thing is trying to distract him and have him fall back into the pit, or was it like, maybe the boy in white just doesn't really like Boyd, so he put him here to begin with and is like, no, you stay here, no, go play with Martin.
Well, Martin may be opposite of, what the music box thing really is. He had the worms, but maybe he got infected with them, and the only way to die was to release them. Maybe Martin is separate. It's but maybe he did do the getting Julie there and stuff like that. So how is that connected to, is it the boy in white, or is it connected to the music box? Or did the music box have him trapped there as well?
Like I said, why is he seeing his son with the boat key as if they have a boat? Like he's wearing clothes even as if they were going on the boat.
I think Martin could be, even if you go down the theory of Martin is helping him, brought in Julie and everything, he showed him this as, and this is the way you ultimately get out of here.
It seemed to just
like the kimono lady.
Because as you're about to see, it kind of distracts Boyd, and Boyd slips and almost falls back into the pit.
Right. So yeah, that's the thing. Are you saying it could be not Martin that did
right,
that?
Like something's trying to stop Boyd from climbing up, or like what is the deal? Why is he sort of? Oops, I went too far.
Because he ended up there because of the boy in white, right? Going through the tree.
Seemingly, depending on how you run that theory, is and how the children work. If going with some weird theory that I have, sort of with the forest and the trees being the kids, it's possible. Again, they sent him one of two things: either A, I just think they don't like Boyd, and they sent him here as a pitfall, as he wasn't doing something right, or he was sent here to see something. But then again, it's like, why then try to bring him? Why are you trying to keep him in this pitfall if you sent him here in the first place? Like, I don't know why the children would send him here if they didn't want him to get out. Like I said, this vision that Boyd has confuses me on why would Martin want him to fall back in the pit if he's trying to release the cicadas? And then why would the kids send Boyd here to begin with and try to have him fall back into the pit when he's getting helped by Martin? Or was he supposed to stay here? Like, they were hoping when he got here that Martin wasn't going to be there. Like, again, that time placement situation or something. I don't know. Like, I'm very curious about why he saw this.
It's getting dark. You said we take the boat out.
You okay?
And Martin's like, are you okay down there? Because Martin's trying to get him up. But he sees that, and again, similar to how the kimono lady communicated to him with, but he said it's my house without the boat, and he's here seeing his son talk about them going out on the boat. And he slips and always falls back in. So why show him that? And who is it that's conducting that vision of something that seemingly hasn't even happened yet? And of all places, the ruins.
Maybe Martin did it hoping to give Boyd, hey, I got to get out of this hole so I can get back to see my son. And it almost backfired because Boyd almost fell down the rope. And Martin's like, oh, shit, are you okay?
That could be.
I didn't mean to cause you to fall. Just trying to give you a little courage to climb.
True. Could be.
Now get on up here and let me get some worms in you, boy.
Oh, God. All the worms.
Story, once it's been told.
Get back to the beginning.
Dad!
Because he even hears the call before he even, like, he's looking down. He doesn't see his son, but he can hear, like, hey, Dad, hey, Dad. It pulls him back down. I don't know. Sorry, I just kept going over it because it was very curious. I found it very curious scene.
Because, I mean, you're making all this shit up anyway. Anything's almost possible. Like, when,
of course it is.
When the boy in white sent Boyd through the tree, he was going to put him out in town somewhere. But the more evil music box monster stole him mid flight.
Could be.
Between trees or whatever, you know.
Possible. I mean, at this point it is, because it's so, these are such weird scenes that they haven't given us any real context, I guess, yet. Of why, like, other than just the fact that you see shit here. But again, they're showing Boyd particular things. They made sure to show his house without the boat. They're showing his son talking about going out on the boat while he's sitting there escaping. So you would think, okay, that would mean Martin's good, right? And whatever sent him here is bad, or is it? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to continue. I'm harped on it now.
It's getting dark. You said we take the boat out.
You okay out there? No, that's not right. It wasn't Jasper.
Yeah. We had Jasper for a long time through. And I mean, I guess it makes sense that it was sort of Christopher's, I guess, reaching out to Jade. But why did he make Jasper so creepy, like screaming at him and shit? I don't know. Just a random thought.
Written that way for viewing drama.
That is a possibility.
It was the boy in white. He was the one that was down here. He was the one who was telling secrets to Christopher.
Come on, keep playing.
He said the answers to the end are at the beginning.
All right, so the answers at the end are at the beginning. And we know it has to do with children. So to, I guess, end it again is to go back and remember what truly happened, I'm assuming. That's where I'm going with it.
what the others did to them.
What others, Victor?
The people they loved.
People they loved. So we keep going.
The people they trusted. He said the children were born in the dark. And then they were murdered in the dark.
But yeah, I don't know what they're going to truly mean by they were born in the. I mean, murdered. Deleted in the dark is pretty self-explanatory. I don't know what they're going to say about as far as being born into it. Again, for some reason, I related it to how Smiley was sort of born in the caves, but I don't know. Because again, Smiley has all the little root things on him too. It's very weird, and there's something there, especially when you relate the kids being kind of feral in the caves, almost like monsters themselves. I don't know. Something there though. We're gonna figure it out at some point, maybe.
But someone who loved them told them a story. The story gave them hope.
And someone loved told them a story, and the story gave them hope. I'm assuming that was either Tabitha or Jade. He said he used to sing them lullabies. Or it says someone, well, it had to be someone they love, so yeah.
And when the children laid on the stones, they poured their hope into the roots that made the symbol, and those roots became the tree.
So sad.
So maybe the answer is to play the melody to the kids again. Like, because did that just explain it in such a way that when they played the melody or whatever, or told the story of hope, was after they got sacrificed?
Well, it just said that someone that they loved, we'll go back and listen again. I think it said something like someone they loved told them a story, and the story gave them hope. And while they laid on the slabs, they poured their hope into the roots of the tree, caused the symbol, or created the symbol that created the trees. So I'm assuming when they were on the slabs, I would assume is when they did the sacrifice. So I don't know him. We'll go back and listen again. It's very confusing, but yet there is something there, James. I haven't been able to put my finger on it.
Come on, keep playing, keep playing.
You said the answers to the end are at the beginning. That it started with the children.
It started with the children. So from what he is saying, that Christopher and William White's conversation, and at the end is at the beginning, and it started with the children. So does that mean that whatever it was, that the monster wasn't truly invoked into this realm until what happened to the children happened? Or what, just the cycle in and of it? I mean, what the beginning? So because there was a beginning before the children, supposedly, because these people were here, the children were born into darkness, was until they were, or so it began with the children. Was it when they were born? Is that when it started, or when they were deleted? Guys, got any thoughts as I ramble?
I don't know. It depends on if the kimono lady took the kids as babies and kept them feral. They were feral because they were kept in the caves, or if they were taken at the age, they look. I think the monster was probably there first for them to make a deal with something. I mean, something had to be there. Maybe the monster is like the squid thing, or the main entity is, and the man in yellow and the boy in white are more like henchman or something, however you want to look at it. And maybe it was the man in yellow, just the henchman of the big bad guy that made the deal. But I don't know. There's, again, it's so many possibilities.
Right.
But it does seem like the bottle tree, the music, whatever they were doing or tried to do back then that they failed or didn't get to finish is something like that. Like they have to tell the kids the story again or play the music again or something, maybe down there. Maybe as a part of it. And that's what Julie will see, maybe figure out,
You're
oh,
thinking
you
like
got
the
to do this.
location has something to do with it?
Well,
Location of where they play this song, like the song by the bottle tree summoned them, and maybe the song by the slabs will release them?
something like that, in the sense of, what they said was the beginning, how did they say
The
the beginning?
end.
Is that the beginning?
Is at the beginning, and the children are the beginning.
Mm.
Let me go back and listen to it again. I don't give a shit. Hang on. It starts. It really doesn't
Damn
start.
this show. Damn
It's about
this
right
show.
here, maybe. Yeah.
Because it's like, we could sit here and honestly rack our fucking brains, and I wouldn't be shocked if in the end it is something so fucking simple and so fucking, like, easy that we're all sitting here like, son of, really? We put how many hours into it, and it was right in like
I'm
our
okay
face
with
the
that because that
entire
means they
fucking
did
time.
good. I'm happy with that.
No,
If
I'm
they
not
had
saying
me
it's
that
a bad thing,
curious.
but it's like we're sitting here, like, just delving and delving and delving, and it's probably something we saw in, like, episode fucking 1. Like, they gave it to us the entire fucking time.
Right.
You said the answers to the end are at the beginning.
Answers to the end are at the beginning.
That it started with the children.
It started with the children.
What the others did to them.
It started with the children and what the others did to them. And I think it says something. It continues with the ones that loved them or that they loved, the ones that they trusted. So
Right, but
whatever it is started
yeah,
with the children. Now that doesn't mean that this entity it does not exist again outside of time and space. But as far as I think this world, to a degree, or the curse laid within it, and why, especially Tabitha. I mean, they're constantly coming back to this to finish it or fix it. So I don't know. It seems as if their story is particular to the creation of this pocket world.
maybe. But he did say the end, the answer is at the beginning. So that brings in Julie and her story walking to see what that is.
I like what Doc's saying too. They have to fully remember who they are, including the original names, not just know, but remember. I think they only remember part of it. Oh yeah, yeah. They don't fully remember everything. They just know that they used, like he was saying, they used to sing them lullabies, and that one of the children was theirs, and that they tried to save them and stop them, but they don't know truly the full extent of that. Yes, they have to uncooey. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James. Would you have any?
Oh, no, I was done.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know. There's something to what they're saying with this when you go between kind of what Tabitha and Jade say when they remember what Victor is talking about right now, and then of course what we get from Fatima.
What others, Victor?
The people they loved. The people they trusted. He said the children were born in the dark. And then they were murdered in the dark.
All right, so it started with the children. It said that, you know, It had to do with people that they love, as we're assuming are the monsters. But again, that born in the dark. I mean, the murder part, I get that, but they were this again. It starts with the children, but it doesn't say it necessarily starts with their death. Because if they were born into the darkness, it could have started, like you were saying, James, if they were taken at birth, and sort of. I mean, I can imagine, living in the caves like that is not pleasurable. It'll be very suffering until they finally, but yet you had someone like Tabitha and Jade's characters that broke away from the community trying to save them and going down there and still trying to give them hope that they will escape this place. But in the end, they were never able to escape, similar to how Boyd kind of gives everyone hope that they will escape this place, but yet everyone kind of feels as if they'll never escape. There may be a parallel with that. I don't know. Some more thoughts. Let's see.
But someone who loved them told them a story. The story gave them hope. And when the children laid on the stones, they poured their hope into the roots that made the symbol, and those roots became the tree.
So they got the story that gave them hope, and then they were on the slabs.
But they got murdered first, according to the way he told the story. They were born in the dark and murdered in the dark.
Well, he didn't say what happened in between. Then he was talking about what happened in between.
Maybe.
Do we need to go back and? There's a lot within that scene. That's why it was hard for me to flip it because there was so much.
I think you could take it. However, was he talking about the in between? Probably, but maybe not.
Because she said they were trying to save the children too in a minute. Because one of them was theirs, but I'm assuming that was pre-sacrifice.
Right. They're still trying to save the children, and it's definitely post-sacrifice. And they've been trying to save the children every cycle.
Mm-hmm. So it could be after the sacrifice they were trying to save the children, but he said they used to sing them lullabies. So was that before or after their? Hang on, we're gonna keep going because I got all that.
The faraway tree.
The boy in white was trying to tell Christopher that to save the children, he would have to go through the tree. He wouldn't listen. He got angry. Christopher wouldn't listen.
Oh my gosh. Christopher wouldn't listen.
He wouldn't listen. He's a piece of shit, Christopher. God damn it. You're supposed to go through, Chris. He left it to Tabitha.
It's all Chris's fault. It's all Chris's fault.
Chris. He's not even here. He still gets to be blamed.
He's listening, though. I bet you he's lurking.
That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Yep. So Christopher didn't want to listen to me. He said everything here is a lie. He didn't want to believe anything at that point. I'm sure he'd been met. But what's interesting is that the boy in white particularly went to Christopher. Where I don't think the boy in white has gone to Tabitha. Have they gone to Tabitha or Jade directly? In this, the boy in white gone to Tabitha or Jade in this cycle?
Well,
yes,
Tabitha.
The boy in white threw him out the window.
That's right. When she threw him out the window, that's right.
Yeah, but not Jade. Jade's been seeing more, Civil War flashbacks and those types of things.
Which is weird because he says that, wanted them to go through the tree, and Tabitha does go through the tree. So was he supposed to push Christopher out to go see his past selves the way Tabitha does? That's all kinds of wonky there too.
So I don't know. I haven't really placed my mind in that thought too much about it, but some people in the chat were talking earlier about it. Some people think that the lighthouse is different than the tower where the children are supposedly locked away or something, you know. So there's maybe another place how we saw the tower.
Maybe. I don't know. Again, it's all kinds of
Is there a
fuckery.
tower?
I
I
don't
mean,
know
it
if there
seems
is
like
a
they
tower.
said
I thought
that.
the tower was the lighthouse, but
So did I.
Right. Yeah, so
and
that's
they
what I'm
did
saying.
say something about that, like Miranda and the kids, somewhere around the first season or so, maybe the second season. Victor was talking about perhaps the kids being sort of locked away in a tower, but then I thought they thought, even she thought it was a lighthouse, so there could be another location. But then where is, I think how the tower fits in with everything, because the kids seem to be locked away, if anywhere, in the caves. So I'm not sure. And again, we don't know what this big baddie truly is and how it works. I mean, again, I'm assuming when they say the story, someone, told them the story, assuming it, and it gave them hope that that was supposed to be like a good thing, and not so much of a bad thing, not like a manipulative thing where one of the one of the parents turned monsters did that in order for them to create the symbol as a bad thing. I'm not sure on that one yet, fully. But I want to say, if the way I'm reading it sort of now is that the symbol's not necessarily bad, or is it though? Because we do see the soldiers with the symbol too. So again, I'm still slightly confused, but I was hoping there was something in between these clips we could kind of maybe figure something out. It just felt like there was a lot there.
Well, it seems, it is hard to get your head around, and it may mean nothing and looking too deep into it. But if the kids understand, just like the man in yellow and the boy in white understand that this is a game, kind of, the boy in white's trying to lead people a certain way, the man in yellow is trying to stop them from doing certain stuff. So if it's a game kind of thing and the kids know that and everybody's playing, they would manipulate, are the kids controlling themselves as far as the visions to Tabitha and things like that? Are the kids trapped in the caves, and are the monsters, who are the formerly, I guess, the parents of the kids, guarding them? Like, that's something that they're guarding, is where the kids are locked up. There's so many aspects to it. It's like hard to, I don't know, just see it all. So these clips definitely help with that sense of laying the story out. Even if there's still mystery in it, you've done a good job with the clips.
No, we're not done yet.
What? Christopher would go to the tree, so...
I'm sorry. So there's a lot of emotion here for Victor, because he every time he has a realization of the past, it's usually a very hard hitting one for him. And this one is very hard hitting because he's going to feel absolutely responsible for his mom. It's sad.
I told my mother what the boy in white said.
Aww.
That's why she left us.
No, yeah, Victor, he feels it's all his fault. You were a child. You were just trying to help. Poor Victor.
Yes.
And it is interesting going back, the fact that he starts remembering certain moments like that when he is around, guess who? Tabitha. Considering that she is Miranda. I don't know. I think there's maybe that's helping to trigger his memory in a way that he doesn't even understand. I don't know.
Very true.
Because remember, he was trying to get it with Sarah, but he couldn't figure it out, and then Sarah went and got Tabitha, and she was able to talk to him in a way where I always wondered why they had that bond. There's some things.
I saw what they did.
What?
Those things that come out at night. I saw what they are.
Oh, yeah, and when she gave birth to Smiley, so to speak, she got to see a little vision of her own. Let's see what this vision's all about. It was terrifying.
They sacrificed their children because it promised them that they would live forever.
And it said it, and then Martin said he. Again, it could be the man in yellow that makes this sort of pact, maybe, I don't know, or the bigger it. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we got at least 11 monsters here. Smiley's 12.
Jen put in the chat that somebody broke it down and said there's a total of 28 monsters that we've seen, different monsters that we've seen throughout the season.
I wonder why they
Seasons.
don't depict them all here and just the ones that they do depict. Because that's still more monsters than there are children, right? We're going by like there was.
Think about if you couple them off,
it's 14.
Not all of them might have had children, and that time, it was a time where death came a lot easier. So some of them might not have had children. So that
But
could
I
have
thought they
been.
said they had to sacrifice their children in order to get the immortality.
Yes, but I think it came to the community as a whole.
Except for Tabitha and Jade.
I think because they were against it, something else happened to them, or their souls were reincarnated differently. There was like a loophole to them because they didn't want to sacrifice them.
Are we for sure the monsters are the parents?
Well, I guess they did specifically, when we listened back, it did specifically said, well, this part it does. Hang on. What did she just say?
They sacrificed their children.
Well, it just says they sacrificed their children. So I guess depending on how you interpret that, it could be their children of the town. I'm assuming it says their children. That means they were the parents and they sacrificed their children.
Well, the old lady could have been the grandmother to one. There could be a fucking couple aunts, uncles thrown in there.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been their children.
But if they're doing it as a community and, they're coming to that conclusion, it could include everybody. Doesn't necessarily just have to be given to the parents.
I don't know. Something about the way they phrased it, though. Like, it was very specific. But then again, I could just be reading too much into it.
I mean, it does go along with they took them at birth. If the whole community got immunity and was in on the pact or whatever, they selected a certain number of women and said, okay, you're going to have the children that we're going to give to them.
Could be too.
Could be.
We don't exactly know the true details of the deal.
True.
Because it promised them that they would live forever.
It's sad.
What if there was a pastor among the group of people? Yeah, that sounds horrible, but he might not have had children, but still been part of the group.
Yeah, I don't
Don't
know.
know.
Like I said, I'm not sure. I took it as I thought they were supposed to be the parents, but then when you talk about the numbers don't add up as far as parents go. Townspeople's another story. And again, if they were the original townspeople, so are we saying like something happened and they were like this wasn't their original, kind of how Tabitha and Jade are not their original? Is there like another group? Like, for instance, will these monsters eventually fade out or be transformed into, say, our bartender and our Father Cautry? Why? That's why their spirits still linger. Like they'll be somehow transformed into one of these embodiments.
I would say no, because if it still depends on if they're the real parents or not and that kind of thing. But we're going with that they are, or at least the townspeople, like Dana's saying, the community or whatever.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, here comes Smiley back. We see how they're reincarnated. Okay. Well, let's step back to why is that one a effing milkman, and why is that one a effing cowboy, and why is that one a effing nurse? Well, let's take Smiley, and we may see it with Smiley. I don't know, but let's take Smiley for an example. When the cowboy or the milkman got reborn, that's just some clothes that some dude that happened into the place had that died or whatever, maybe, and they took those clothes.
That could be for sure. There you go. That explains it.
And that explains the last time each one could have been reincarnated, and who maybe clothes they got or something,
Perhaps.
But they're still, like, Smiley is still Smiley. He just changed clothes.
All they had was a bride's outfit or a milkman's outfit. The nurse's outfit. It's a random assortment. I guess if we see the folks that we have, I guess it's not too far off.
Yeah. And, say for an example, the lady cop gets killed and one of the other monsters, say the waitress back there, she gets killed somehow by citizens of the town. Well, she comes back and they have that cop's uniforms in a box somewhere, and she takes it and she looks like a cop, kind of thing. That's the only way I can explain why that is and why it's random and those kind of things. Now that Smiley has done what he's done.
Right. We're talking amongst ourselves for a minute. We've been going for a sec. I gotta take a potty break. I'll be right back, and then we'll try to finish out the clips. Sorry.
That's okay.
I said I wasn't going to go this long, but it's interesting.
Right? Damn Scarlett and her clips.
Yep, and the theories, y'all's theories,
Right?
chat included,
Freaking
chat included.
I don't know. It's like,
Hey, what's really going to blow your mind is if, in a later episode, we see Julie Story walk and put the talisman in a little cave.
Shut up.
Some crazy shit like that. And they're like effing with us,
She chiseled the talismans to begin with. She saw the talismans and therefore went back and made the talismans. But that's what I was saying. That's what's so difficult about like time travel and stuff. And it's not something easy to pull off. It could get messy really, really fast.
Yeah.
Depending on how you're putting that shit together. Because if stuff don't add up, it's gonna fuck the whole story up. And
Yeah.
it's like with Lost, at least how they did it was when it came to the time travel, it was because they had to move. It's like everything, they caused everything. So everything that's happened to the group that was on the island was caused by themselves. They were their own cause and effect. So their actions did have consequences. It was because Desmond did something in the bunker that caused the plane to crash, that brought them to the island. but Jacob was messing with stuff to begin with. And because they had to move the island, that fucked up the island and caused the blipping and everything like that. So they did they were smart about it. They didn't just give us some Back to the Future kind of time travel. Like, they made it fit into the story that they were doing. And I'm hopeful that From will do that with Julie's story walking, because like you said, if she's able to change thing, that could be really hard to film, because now she goes back and y- does something and saves or changes the future. Do they have to change a set, like, so it's gonna all depend on how they're, because this is in turn a form of time travel. You could call it astral projection, you could call it spirit walking, dream walking. She's going to different moments in time. It's not
Mm.
just like her body staying present and she's able to astral project only in present time. You
Yeah,
know
yeah, she's
that
totally time traveling.
so it's a mixture of both. So it's going to be interesting to see how they tell that story.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely curious. But let's see. We shall see. Let's see what else we got. Oh, this bird the smile. You see, what is up with the Rudy veiny stuff?
That makes sense now, James. He's born kind of naked. So what do? Are the monsters going to be walking around naked? No, they at least put clothes on the monsters. So
Mm-hmm.
what if you just are taking a bunch of clothes from a pile of former dead people? They keep them all in the barn. When they
Right.
went to the barn, when they lost the house, they had to go pull clothes, and you saw the kind of almost
Well, we know that
time that
suitcase
they
were
were
down
pulling
there.
clothes. So yeah, that could very well be a possibility that this is just
Would he
an
be like
iteration of whatever
70s
they're wearing.
or so whenever Victor's people were there? Because they did have suitcases and stuff down there.
So
I
maybe
don't
this
know.
is not the first time a monster has been killed. It's
Well, if
just
it's
the
been
first
trying to
time for the
continue
group.
what it's doing with the cicada deal, it seemed as if it needed to take 3 in order to do something. It is possible that that is a true kind of continued thing. Part of them being born again, too, I guess. I don't know. All the birthing, we're gonna get in trouble for this part. I could just show him. Mostly all I was showing was the fact that they're all weird, but the weird sort of, because this veiny stuff is still on his body even after, like, I'm trying to think of how to say this. The birthing material is gone. Like he was sewed together or stitched together or something, because we know the body was gone, but it's just weird how they chose that particular something. I don't even know how to describe it. It's gross, but it's weird. Like,
It'd been funny if all the monsters started dancing and staying alive about that time.
oh my god. Oh no. No, we're safe. Don't worry. It was close there, Dana.
It's so gross.
You almost got to see all of Smiley.
Yes,
Not
my
quite.
mother seems to be my mother's favorite
Yeah.
part.
You know, me seeing Smiley naked is not something I thought, man, that is something we need to see.
No, I tried to
I
look.
agree.
You
I
didn't get to see
agree.
him. I kept
Yeah,
that
I will
part
second
out.
that, James.
Look, you didn't get to see him. You got to see him in his
No, I'm
birthing.
saying even when I saw it the one
All
and
right.
only time I did
Yeah.
see it.
I did my best to keep his full look after birth.
They're like,
Yes,
oh,
I
yeah.
was
They're like, you want Smiley back? We'll give you Smiley back.
right.
With
We'll
that big
give
old
them
smile.
all back to you. We'll give them asking the actor how you feel about some nudity there, guy. We'll pay you a little extra. We'll throw you a little extra money in your paycheck. Will
Right. And
you
was
bear
Sarah
it
even
all?
saying like the dream that Kenny had was sort of a way that that it or he was reaching out? Perhaps him showing like, he could have been showing him what was going to happen. I don't know. It's weird because they did get to see Smiley come back. And again, why was that lady trying to drown Elgin if in the end she needed his help? Are we done? I mean, what did that dream have to do with what's kind of happened? Because all the dream did seem to have meaning to it, especially Kenny's. But that's another curious thing that I'm gonna dive into a little deeper on another stream. But yeah, that's a weird one too. How the whole music, I gotta get all these clips from the music box too, do like a whole deep dive on just the stuff that kind of led up to the reveals and the lady and everything, because that's all a bunch of weird stuff too with the camera and everything. That's another thread to look through.
Pretty much.
Which somehow connects to the rest of these threads. I don't know.
Aren't Cooey.
Oh, look, it was like he was totally revealed. I know. Oh, I can see now. I was blind and now I can see. It was funny.
No wonder why he was so happy all the time.
All the realization. Remember. We all remember now.
It means remember. We tried to save them.
Oh no. No, he tried to save him.
Because one of them.
No.
Oh, God.
Well, one of them was yours. So again, at what point did they try? They tried to save them. They failed. Is this again? I'm assuming prior sacrifice, but who knows?
No, I can't.
We used to sing them lullabies.
Jim's look too is funny.
And Jim doesn't understand at this point, but it is what it is. He didn't get the whole reveal. I don't even think he got to see the children. But I don't know, there's something to it. Like I said, he says, we used to sing him lullabies, which to me indicated not just their one child, but like all the children, perhaps while they were in captivity.
Maybe.
So maybe that, like you said, it is a town thing, and they eventually made a deal with whatever it was and said, all right, we'll give you this many children. Oh no. And so the children were born into the darkness just the same way like the monster was kind of born. Like that room was sort of the room where the children was born into, and then they go down the hatch into the caves. I don't know. Maybe something to it.
Why? I know why I see those children. Why Jade can see them. It's why there's more than one bracelet. I kept making them.
She can never let it go. So no matter what variation of herself, she just continues to make the bracelets. Which means whatever that bracelet was I'm assuming from her original self. But didn't she always make the bracelet to give to someone else? So
Possibly.
And to try to remind her of Jade, maybe? Not Jade,
Her,
but...
Yeah, the original Jade version.
Mm-hmm. But doesn't she give hers to Jim, and then even Miranda gave it to Henry?
That's what it looked like, yeah.
So maybe that was kind of the deal with that. In order for her to remember.
Somewhere deep down, I remember. We've been here before. Me and Jade.
Oh, they the OGs, yo. Yeah, from back in the day.
Right.
And every time after that.
The reason I felt what Miranda felt is because I was Miranda.
Oh no. Jim's trying to figure it out, Dana.
I know. Still don't like him, but I know.
But he's trying, though. Look at that face.
Look, in that moment, he's thinking, okay, so you've been bopping Jade and Henry?
Mm-hmm. Well, some version of her, I guess. Deep down inside, she remembers. I'm sorry.
The North remembers. Sorry. Wrong show. I apologize. Wrong franchise, people.
Jade was Christopher. We've come back over and over again because we failed the first time.
Yeah, they failed, and they still figured it out. We ain't figured it out either, damn it. I think we feel their frustration. We want to know what it is too, damn it. How do we stop this shit from continuing forth?
Right?
Yes. Jade and I were here at the beginning. We tried to save those children, set them free.
Again, if we're going by what you were saying earlier, they were born and then kept in the caves. And then they try to go down there and set them free. That is a possibility.
Because one of them was ours. She was our daughter.
It is sad. That little girl has been trying to reach out to Mom. Remember when Tabitha was like freaked out and shit? She was like, "Get the hell off of me!" Your kid's been trying to reach out to you all throughout the generations, and you're like, "Get the fuck away from me." That's sad, Dana.
It is.
James, if you had to walk a mile in Jade's shoes and the children were putting their hands on you and you didn't know what the hell was going on, one of them was yours, would you be like, "Get the fuck away from me"?
I mean, if I didn't know one of them had been mine, but yeah, I'd be freaking the hell out anyway.
Like the children, no, the monsters at night were enough for me. I didn't even make it to the forest to the children. Just kidding.
Oh, that's...
Oh, it's true. It's true. I feel it.
What's wrong?
I can hear it.
All right, we get to Sarah again. These ruins, man. A lot of characters have interacted with it, and we get a couple good scenes from it already. I have a feeling they're not done with them. Yeah, Miss Sarah, she has her special gifts here in this place, and she's going to display them as well and give us a little sort of another kind of insight as to what he or it is wanting, per se.
The music. It's here.
What are you talking about?
The music box. It's here.
Where?
Right there.
But yet it's not there.
It's here.
There's no music box here.
No, there is. There is. I can hear it. I'm telling you.
She's telling you, James, damn it. She can hear it.
Well, she's telling you too.
Telling everybody, damn it. It's like she looked very serious, look like, no, I'm not crazy. It's right here.
So she can hear Martin talking to her, but she can't see it because she's not walked to that place yet like Boyd did.
Because she's not in the place. She's in the place, in the present place. She's not traversing to it in its past self.
She's not astrally going there.
To its past self, or whatever that self is.
She's not projecting, to where the music box really is.
But she can hear it as if she were there during the whatever is going down with it.
Right. So do you think it's Martin talking to her? Like maybe Martin was kind of guiding a lot of it?
Could be Martin or whatever it is. Because it says some things to her. You're laughing at him and such. Let's see.
Right.
I can.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh. And the nosebleed begins.
Because, it's when Martin says, you got to hurry because he's coming. So, that could mean, say, the man in yellow or something, like we were saying. But if Martin, it's like Sarah saying that the boy in white isn't really a boy, well, maybe whatever, like, is shown to some people as the boy in white, shown himself to Boyd in an instance as Martin. What if the boy in white and Martin's the same thing, possibly?
Could be.
That's helping them along.
Possible.
I can hear them screaming.
What?
There's something. There's something.
And the nosebleed intensifies as she can really start to connect to that particular energy.
Right. When he said, also just saying, when he said, you've got to hurry because he's coming, maybe he meant Boyd. Like, okay, you got to get on out of here because Boyd's about to climb up out of the well.
I can't have him seeing you. It throws off my whole thing.
Yeah.
I can't have him knowing that I know things that I ain't supposed to know. I got to pretend like I'm innocent here.
Yeah. Don't mess it up, girl. Get on out of here.
Right?
Here.
But that's like Stranger Things, nosebleed.
Right. And we see this, I think, a couple times with some of our characters. I think even Tabitha has a little bit of the nosebleeds. And I know Sarah's had it. I think she had it more than once, but it kind of seems to happen when they're interacting with some of these, that or the seizures, one or the other, which to me always kind of correlate with those type of situations. They did it in BioShock when they were kind of messing around with stuff. They would have sort of like a seizure, like a nosebleed when the brain was trying to reason with shit. And this just seems like an over psychic kind of connection. Because it's like her body can't handle what is happening, which is, again, if this is something where people can traverse through. Well, Boyd did, but Boyd did Boyd's fuckery was particular. Like Sarah, again, she didn't exactly do good with this, and then neither did Julie, because Julie went to a seizure. So I don't know. This place is all kinds of messed up for those who can tap into it.
Hurting them.
Boyd, what the fuck is going on? Hey,
Kitty, what the fuck? I don't understand. Kenny, you just stay there. It's fine. Don't worry. Let the men take care of it.
Tara, talk to me.
Here they come. They come for 3. Yeah.
Now, why does it say here they come for 3? But yet it's been the it. Is it the children? Are the children the one that are coming for 3? With the lullaby?
The cicadas?
I don't know. It's weird that now, with the lullaby, it's a they, but when Martin was talking about stuff and everything, it was a he or it. So, if she gets ready to say, I think it's laughing. I don't know if she says they or it. We'll find out. But the nurse or the little lullaby rhyme, nursery rhyme thing seems to indicate a they.
It needs them. It needs them to stay. It needs them to.
It needs them. It needs them to stay. But yet the thing says they. I don't know if that's just because they were trying to have a clever rhyme or that's confusing, right? Because it needs them to stay, but yet it's a they. Which one is it? I don't know.
Right?
Okay, we gotta get.
It's laughing at you.
What?
For bringing it back to town. For setting it free.
You set it free, but when they come for 3. So what? Who is they? But you said, That's a lot of fuckery, I tell you.
It wants to hurt us. It wants to make us suffer.
Again, is it different from the bigger they? Is what was released a singular it compared to the bigger they? I'm so confused. I don't know, damn it. All right, we'll just keep going.
It got so excited when it touched your arm. Julie and the others.
Yeah.
They're dying.
That can't be good, right? I mean, that can't be good. You would think you'd have to save them in some manner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And then again, we do get I think it was at 3 triangles on the murals, and then it comes for 3. I don't know if there's a connection with that on the cave murals. All kinds of things that are kind of connected. Like you get 2 pieces that connect, and then you don't. And then it's all kinds of who knows what.
They're dying. And when they die, it'll be too late.
It's too late for what? For us to win or for us to lose? I would assume lose, but I just don't know. There's a lot of mystery to what they're saying here with these sort of deals. The music box, the it's, the theys.
You need to make it stop.
Okay, make what stop?
The music. The music. You have to make the music stop.
Okay, how?
You got to make the music stop, but then it didn't really stop it, though, did it, Data? So,
nope.
I mean, yeah, you kind of stopped something, but I don't know. Is there music playing somewhere else? Is there like more than one music box we got to destroy? What's going on here? Yeah, see, and it's so particular that the music box kind of is placed pretty much in the same spot. It's just kind of sitting there in the corner, minding its own business. Now I understand like they're chained up and stuff, and they may have a little bit of weird moaning between their screams, but that didn't completely sound like the 3 of them moaning. Or maybe I don't know. It sounded like there was something else in there. It was weird. The sounds. You see, like they're not moving enough to make those kind of sounds. Where's all the extra moaning and shit coming from? Where it's like ooh and stuff. The fuck is that coming from? Is that coming from them? Because it just didn't seem like it was coming from them. What do you guys think? I'm just going crazy. What's up, Billy? Oh, let's keep going.
Boy! Please. Destroying that box isn't going to end their suffering. You'll only prolong it. No. People in this town.
Says you, Mystery Abby.
Oh, please don't destroy the box. Please don't.
Will suffer in ways you can't even imagine. They're all gonna die, screaming.
Yeah, of course. It timed it perfectly for Boyd to be all in his feelings. Yep. We don't trust that Abby. No, I don't trust her the same as I don't trust Martin.
You think you need to be the hero. You think you need to be responsible to save them.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to do something, lady. I don't think we can let this proceed.
Right?
You don't have to suffer anymore. You don't have to be afraid. It's okay. None of this matters.
Yeah, see, I don't know if that's true, my lady. This place seems to matter a great deal, and their suffering seems to matter to something. That was getting off on it. He said he got off on Kenny's arm being messed up and stuff. So something is enjoying this.
We can be together. Oh. I miss you so much.
We're so...
Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, really. How are y'all going to be together? It's some like Pet Cemetery stuff where it's like, oh, we're going to be together forever. You just have to do this thing. Yeah, no, I don't trust it. Not a bit.
Stop. So whatever this thing is, it just lets you come in here for a little chat?
It knows you won't listen.
He won't listen? What do you mean? He hasn't even tried to talk to Boyd. Unless Martin was the one to talk to him, Dana. I don't know.
Right?
It wants you to fight. It wants you to have hope that you could actually win.
Why?
Because hope is what makes you willing to suffer.
Okay, I give her a little bit to that. But at the same time, you can't just give up either. I mean, that don't make any daggum sense to me. I don't compute. We never give up.
Hope is what sent you out into the woods that day. Hope is what made you leave me alone when I needed you the most.
Well, I don't know if it was hope so much as it was trying to find something, to survive and save everyone from dying. He was hoping he was going to find something, I guess, but he also was hoping that everybody would make it through the next night. Is that so bad? I don't know.
It's not your fear that feeds the forest, boy. It's hope.
And it feeds the forest. Now, yeah, that's only if we assume that the forest itself is bad. I don't know. And I don't think it's fear, but suffering that feeds the baddie. More so than fear, because a lot of them are scared all the time, but it still allows some of them to survive. But it does like to see them suffer. It's indicated with them. These three are suffering. They don't know how much hope they have left in them, but they are suffering.
Go, Boyd. If they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow.
Yeah, no, lady, he's full of it. Now, if this, if him doing this only release it, then how was he supposed to save them from where they're at? Dana.
I don't know.
Was he supposed to let them, like, it just is what it is for them, and we don't do nothing with the melody?
That's why I'm saying I think there's more to it. I don't. This music box is going to come back into play.
Oh no, I just messed up. Really bad. Oh snap.
Wouldn't be surprised if this comes back into play.
Right, hang on, we go a little bit further. We're almost done.
Wants you to have hope that you could actually win.
Why?
Because hope is what makes you willing to suffer. Hope is what sent
She's
you
so
out into
evil,
the woods
man.
that day.
I don't like her. We listen to that part. There you go. I'm sorry. But is she lying? Her little. So if that could be the entity talking to him or whatever the big baddie is, then that, again, that's why I always question our barkeep and such when they come back, Father Khatri, because this thing has been trying to get Boy to break his hope in order for him to suffer, but he's been kind of holding fast even when things are really bad. Again, I think they're playing kind of trick with the whole hope thing. I don't think hope is as bad as they're making it. I think suffering is. And yeah, false hope could be like if the children were given a false hope or something. But now I think it's the suffering in particular that seems to be feeding the bad side. But that's just me.
It's not your fear that feeds the forest boy. It's hope.
And of course, she said that and they all scream. No, don't let just and then I think the rest of this is him just taking the music box out.
No.
Yeah, he says no to it, and then she disappears. Of course, Miss Abby disappears because it didn't win. And he gets to be all like, because I think even the three were taken at night. I know this might be daytime when he saves them, or close, or just after, like it's dusk or whatever. I can't remember exactly, but I know that the three, if I'm not mistaken, they were taken at night too. So there's something again at nighttime, that taken in the darkness. I don't know. There's something to all those things. So I know it's getting late. We've been going for a minute. So it's to be continued, folks. We'll pick back up with some more clips and some more thoughts and theories next week. But what do you guys got? What are some final thoughts on all of the fun? Again, I think the forest might be the children, and that it's not as bad as we may think, and that the hope is not as bad. That suffering, let me tell you, they do indeed love the suffering.
Yes, they do.
You know, I guess if I was an evil entity, I would enjoy it also.
I'm sure you do. I mean, you would.
But I'm not, so I don't.
Well, you will. You may be one day. You never know.
What?
In a game, you might be an evil person.
No, you just think I'm evil.
Oh, really? All the suffering that said character has caused.
See, you don't see the full picture. No one ever does.
Oh, I'm sure. But no, I don't know. We'll see. They'll be revealing some more things. And again, there's still lots of scenes to really dive into to try to figure out where the story's going. Lots more theories. We can get them tinfoil hats back on, folks. I'm working on it. Okay, we're getting there. Maybe I'm somewhere lost, as Jade often is, in all of the different threads that they give us, and trying to weave them together into a picture of sorts. I don't know if I did anything tonight, but we went over some things. And that we did, the things. But yeah, I think tomorrow night we're doing a tier list over on your channel, Dana, for some more horror movie villains.
Yes, ma'am. Since
Killers.
everybody reminded us and said all the ones that, I couldn't fit and we forgot, and I wanted to give the people what they wanted. And we're going to do another round of horror movie killers. Got some fun ones picked out. You could check out the thumbnail and kind of see who we're going to be talking about. And then next Saturday we're going to pick back up on Pluribus. So
nice. Sounds like fun. And then I'm sure James might be trying to get some things going on. I know we got Stranger Things happening this week. So I'm sure we'll be doing some things with you, James, with that. And of course your videos. Are you doing anything? Say what?
Sunday?
Yeah.
I might out something Sunday, but I just haven't committed to it fully yet.
Right.
But
another man with commitment issues.
I know, right? But there's always something, I guess.
Well, you definitely popping the videos out, that's for sure. Lots of good things for folks to check out. And yeah, so I think that's everything for now, folks. Again, thank you all for hanging with us. Again, Dana, tell Mama Suzy again a big thank you for her coming and hanging out with us. I'm sure we'll have her on again real soon.
Yes.
But
he is definitely high gear into From right now.
Right? Watching all the episodes forwards and backwards and back again. Something like that.
I don't know what she's doing half the time, Scarlett.
Backwards and forwards and then back again. Something. I don't know. But I'm glad to see Mama is getting into it and getting back into the swing of things like the rest of us. As we should wait and see what they give us now that they have wrapped up filming. But we never know. We might get some more images and other little tidbits from the cast and from the creators. So we'll just have to sit back and wait a little longer and see what they give us. But until then, guys, again, thank you all for hanging with us this Friday night. But we're going to wrap things up, right? We're going to wrap it up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow night on Dana's. And then who knows what else we'll have going forward. But until then, have a good night. We love you guys. Stay safe. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Listen, it's Thomas. Mom's in trouble. She's in an ambulance.
Trapped in Fromville, where nightmares collide. Monsters in the shadows, nowhere to hide. Lighthouse flickers, visions in the dark. Every step forward, another ripped apart. Street filled with whispers, eyes always peek. Nightmares descend, sanity's on the streak. Doors creak open, shadows start to move. Town's got a rhythm, every step's a groove. Farmville nights, monsters out to feed. Trapped in visions, fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escape's a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift. Screams echo through the misty air. Every corner turned, you find despair. Hope is a phantom trapped in the gloom. Monsters own the night, sealing your doom. Town's got secrets buried underground. Every lost soul, here they are found. Cursed by the darkness, can't break free. Vision after vision, haunting memories. Fromville nights, monsters out to feed. Trapped in visions, fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escape's a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift.
What ambulance?
You see, she's on her way. You have to help her. You can't be afraid.
Who is this?
I told you, it's Thomas.
Who is this really?
What is this?
Gunzo nights, monsters out to feed, trapped in visions, fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escape's a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift.
Why are we in here?
Because it's a fort.
Why do you need me?
Because I don't want to do this alone. I may have to remember some scary things. You're the scariest person here, so it won't scare you.